Okay, let's see if everybody can hear me properly. That appears to be the case. I checked Twitch, and that's usually where people like tend to have issues hearing me. It may or may not also be super quiet. Okay. You guys are gonna have to tell me how loud or how quiet my voice is. I feel like I may need to actually up the gain a bit since I'm sitting a little bit at a distance. It's also possible that since I did a test on a tiny, with the volume at a tiny amount, that, people may not be hearing, or that I may have only gotten a sample of how loud my voice actually is. Kind of hard to say. Greetings, folks. Let me try to look at the camera while I'm also talking to people. That would probably help, while also looking into the microphone and making sure I've got an eyeball over there. Welcome. Welcome to some more Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, fire spells only, all bosses. Routing. What a mouthful. Elden Ring Reforged. ERR. Dab. Deathless, all bosses. Dab FSO. There we go. ERR Dab FSO. What an abbreviation salad. Nobody's gonna understand what that means, coin. Anyway, welcome. How is everyone doing today? I need to make sure I'm not looking away from my microphone. How is everyone doing? Hopefully all right. I'm doing okay. I've changed some things in my office. I took out the heat canal, as I'll call it. Just kind of going to look right here. I took out, or try to look at you guys, which I can't actually verify unless I am looking at a copy of myself, and I don't want to do that to you guys any more than I have to. I took out the heat canal. I moved my desk. If you can imagine this being my N-shaped pocket, game computer here, streaming computer over there, I took it and did this. It's kind of hard to tell with my mic stand covering it up, but I moved it to the left and then pushed it against the wall and turned it so its back is to the wall. So my screens are now like this. My screens are like that. I'm sitting in between my two computers. Hopefully this means that I can look in either place and not also... Let me just tilt this toward myself. The only thing that's going to be difficult is if I actually have to do any changes, I've got to actually move over when that's happening. I don't know how I'm going to solve that. My setup is kind of reaching its limit on what it can tolerate. I think if I add any more devices to my streaming computer, it might actually cry. I don't know. But, these are first world problems. This isn't what you came to hear about, is it? You guys came to hear a recap. Last time on Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, or Dab FSO, we changed our transmog. We're now a simple mage, living a simple life. We went through, we got 2 map fragments for Lanedell. We also went through and talked to Tanith, get that whole set of quests started. We won't probably be finishing these, as a warning, because they don't actually inhibit, maybe Raya's quest. I don't think there are too many quests that inhibit an all bosses playthrough that much. Fia and Ronnie should be the only 2 I can spot that do this. Who knows? Then we proceeded to White Face with a few bosses. Just a few. Mostly kill a few bosses, actually. We had a pretty good stretch of clears. Then we dealt with the Tree Sentinel duo, died, and then we took a death trying to get to the Crystallian duo in the Altus Tunnel. That was fun. Like I said, people will have to warn me if they can or can't hear me properly. I am going to do a quick YouTube check before we get started. That way, uh-oh. Yep, we're live here. Okay, just 2 different volumes, one for YouTube, one for Twitch, apparently. What can I say? Twitch tends to be the louder program. Anyway, why don't we get right to it? As promised, before I forget, I know, get right to it and then immediately have to talk about something else. Classic. Let me just shift this up. So it's kind of like this. So, before we get started, first, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. My name is Coin. This lovely little overhaul mod is made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by the lead devs of Kirnifr and Avidian. Kirnifr more so than Avidian, so I don't, you know, get people into undue trouble, but hey. I would say those 2 are probably the main heads that think about things. But we do also have 3 other team members right now. Hannah Love, Poe Concept, and Kavu. Those are the 3. They assist in various aspects, modeling, textures, or quality testing. And like small edits here or there, I think is what Kavu is known for. But mainly quality assurance. This mod has over 13,000 documented changes in it. It is a Vanilla Plus style overhaul of the entire game. The only thing is that quests or enemy well, I should say quests are mostly left alone. There's little like convenience things added, but that's really about it. For the most part, you've got the vanilla stuff to worry about with the quests. The Torrent's appearance is left alone. There, I could count on my hand the number of things that practically haven't changed. Yeah, there's so many changes, it's not funny. They're over at least 13,000. If you guys want to know more, you can type in !ERR, exclamation mark ERRW, ERRD, or D-Route, or for Twitch only, D-Build, to get a sense of what we're doing, or, you know, look at the notes, or, well, look at the notes for the routing, or get access to any of the mod resources. ERRD in particular gives you access to the Discord. Woo! Thank you, Devious Grace. Welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. And I hope to be able to go 6 hours this time. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. We were just doing all the bottom of the hour PSAs before we, you know, get started. Hopefully I can be heard properly. I did have to unplug and replug my mic today. So if I'm speaking and you can't hear me, let me know. Please and thank you. I guess this is kind of moot if I'm If I'm asking and no one can hear, huh? Yesterday was just bad. I'm really sorry about that. Yesterday was awful. My wrist was flaring up. I used too much icy hot to try to get over the pain for said wrist. It was just not fun. Not fun at all. Hopefully I'm not cutting in or out. People can in fact hear me. I want to be careful about gain on this mic. That's good. I'm glad you're online, and you're online today. Okay, it looks like you can hear me. Good, good. Glad you're online. Thank you, and I could catch you. No problem. I wish I could do the same for you. Why don't we give a shout out to Devious Grace? They're known for the Callisto I hope I'm getting that correct. The Callisto oh god, I have to go back and refer to my reference paper. Callisto Protocol, that's it. Yeah, Wi-Fi shit at work. Don't mind me, no problem. I hope that, I'll be able to entertain you through it despite the obvious Wi-Fi problems. No problem. No problem. Anytime. I always do my best to try to shout out people. Because I think an increasing swath of, the audience on... the increasing swath of Twitch is, like, all making content. So I want to be sure... Oh, what's this? Let me look at my activity feed. Whatever you're about to do, thank you. Appreciate it. I hope my alerts are working properly. Just... Aw, thank you. So... Thanks for that electrifying Tier 1 sub. So, as a senator, not that you couldn't get to my Discord before, but I have a personal Discord for all of our members. Definitely let me get you set up with that. As the Discord that you joined yesterday, or the day before, is my Ob10 colleagues Discord and not my own. Not that I gab any more on that than I do on Ob10. Both are great places, but if you want access to the stuff that I can give you, my personal Discord will be where it's at. You will get advance notice on like any changes to thumbnails, new streaming projects, new Let's Play projects. You even get a hand in voting on those things. Prime Gaming sub also gets you those things, but the Tier 1 definitely gives you those things. Also, you get 5 emotes just for your Tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy those. Let me see if I can't get you the exact ones you have. Although I believe I have an extension on my Twitch page that lets you get access to those, or you know what you're getting at the tier. I think the only ones that you might not have are like the raid badges and like the storm and emblem ones. You should get access to everything else if I remember correctly. But yeah, let me take a look at that Discord, see if that is getting settled. Okay, not yet. That's fine. And thank you for the coin stamp hearts. I did that emote myself. I hope you enjoy it. It's a labor of love, and my wrist is most surely going to make sure that That's one of my few labors of love I'll be able to provide. I really gotta get my insurance up and running so I can start recovering from this tendinitis, excuse me. Without further ado, let's get started. I also think I have other benefits that are enumerated below, but enjoy those emotes and enjoy however many perks you choose to take advantage of while you're here. I'm gonna transmog before we set out again. So let's alter our garments. And I'm using a slightly different mount, a completely different mount today. So we will be enjoying a transmog that is very suitable to what we are doing. Not chest, it's these. Alright, good. Now, we are here trying to make our way to the Crystallian Duo. Let's actually get started. Oh my god, we had 20 minutes. I mean, I love those 20 minutes. Don't get me wrong, but, man, do those 20 minutes add up real quick when it comes to making progress on runs. Thank you again for the sub. I really do appreciate that. I'm gonna shift over the webcam. And now, hopefully, like I said before, I've changed my desk setup, so now I'm looking at you guys when I'm playing the game. That screen's over there. The main computers haven't changed, but the monitors and webcam placement have. All my stuff is over there, and as long as I'm more or less looking dead on at the microphone, I can see everything. And of course, for those on Twitch, I have Ghost Chat. It'll appear in the upper right-hand corner, or I'm sorry, the center right side. It's usually right about there, where at the tip of my red pointer. You can go ahead and disable that. That pointer comes in real handy when I want to point stuff out on screen. I'm glad I made it, for the record. Okay. And the main reason I moved my desk, I can play and talk about this. Main reason I moved my desk is so that I wasn't burning up. As before, my original setup for multiple years had been a, kind of like a N-shaped cubby, where like I'm in the center of the N, and on the left and center were my streaming and gaming computers, and that put out a lot of intense radiation in my general direction. I became very hot. So this is nice. It kind of stinks when I want to do work on the two computers. Now I actually have to move, but there are worse things, and I'll pay a lot in exchange for being able to feel relief from the heat. I see that Avianet Knight up there. Oh, I got a pro tip. If anyone ever wants to make a suggestion, you're more than welcome. However, there's this guy, or this person on our Reforged Discord who was like, MFer, how many times have I told you to use the Marionette Knights? Like, the understanding's been cleared up now, but if you're gonna issue a suggestion, maybe don't first reply, MFer, here's the suggestion, and then here's how many times I've told you to do it, despite never talking to you once. That's, that's really bad manners. Thankfully, I stayed relatively calm. No, you don't. You do not get to cast that. You do not get to crush that. You do not pass go. You do not collect 200. And you do not go to Broad Street or Broad Avenue or the, what is it? It's not Broadway. What's that property in Monopoly again? Boardwalk. That's right, it's the Boardwalk. That took me entirely too long. Hey, I'm a former STEM major. Geography was never my strong suit. Okay. I believe we've marked these already. Oh, hi. So welcome to the Altus Cavern, or Caves. The Altus Tunnel. None of those. This place is... It's longer than you think. Really. It is. And there are a lot of these routes blocking passages or providing access to certain passages. It's I think it also connects with the Perfumer's Grotto in one specific way. My Wi-Fi making me big mad at work. I know. I'm sorry you have... I'm sorry you're dealing with crappy Wi-Fi at work. It is work. I will at least, you know, grant your workplace that, but yeah, it surely stinks. This must be the job where you're grooming pets, right? I definitely can't imagine that being incredibly suited for watching streams. I really can't, you know, part of me really loves what I'm doing, and part of me is scared by just chucking a big fat fireball at things and practically watching stuff die. I feel like a pyromaniac, which, you know, considering what type of run this is, like, we could call it the pyromaniac run. That might shorten things up considerably. Would you like... Oh, shoot. Gotta be real careful. I can't imagine, you know, using Wi-Fi to stream. I've always been told that's bad, and I know this is just for listening purposes. You know, you're just watching, right? So that, it must be even more infuriating, but I've always been told streaming on a Wi-Fi network is usually like a big no-no. You don't do that. You always try to have a landline if you can help it. It took some convincing to get my folks initially to sign on board with me using landlines, but the landlines are just more stable. You never know when there's going to be a drop packet at work. Just makes the stream cut in and out. Blah, I'm sorry. But you're always watching. Thanks. And here's hoping that your work eventually gets better Wi-Fi, huh? Really? Where did you come from? Don't underestimate these stone diggers. And that is their name. They're called stone diggers. They're stony people who have been hired by the Kingdom of Lanedell before it shattered to mine crystal for them. For their military outfits or as part of dealing with the Academy of Raya Lucaria. These guys are the Academy dropouts. to use the term. Many of the blunt stones, as Tops would later go on to say, would often be thrown in here and made to work. Like, that's where they could have their, you know, talents be useful. But their stone digging sorcery is not to be underestimated. I nearly got killed just for misplaying against one. Oh, the lore in Elden Ring is something else, by the way. I'm not sure why I did that, but whatever. So for those who don't know about Elden Ring, like at all, did you know that the background lore for this series was written by a man named George R.R. Martin? George R.R. Martin. Excuse me, let me make sure I get that T in there. Yeah, George R.R. Martin was, I have a hard time with T's, apparently. He is the writer that is most known for Game of Thrones. Yeah, this likes to turn to the right for some stupid reason. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Same guy. Hidetaka Miyazaki hired him out, specifically to write the background, for Elden Ring, and even he was surprised at what kinds of fates Miyazaki and his team had in store, for the people he wrote up about. It's, I thought Game of Thrones was, you know, very sadistic, but I imagine people... So, like, there's sex scenes in Game of Thrones, right? Like, I know at least that much. Maybe it's not, like, actual full frontal nudity. That kind of belongs to the movies of the 90s when, you know, ratings weren't very clearly defined or anything. But there were definitely sex scenes. There's definitely also graphic violence. Like I said before, I saw a man's skull get pressed in, and I noped out after that. I wanted nothing to do with Game of Thrones. Sorry, spoilers, I know, but really, without additional context, or unless you're an avid fan of Game of Thrones already, and in which case it's not really a spoiler, you know, what are you gonna do with that? You don't know where... there are multiple people who had violent graphic deaths. How would people know to pinpoint the one specifically with a man's skull getting pressed in? And at the risk of not wanting to spoil, I will not provide further additional context. You can go ask a Game of Thrones fan for that. Or you can look it up yourself. Your choice. Okay, I know the Stone Digger is up there. Anyway, even George R.R. Martin was surprised at what Miyazaki wrote in for his characters in the work that he did for this game. Yeah, I thought you would turn around and do a pivot. Yeah, these guys are, you know, they're not like the best computers or anything, but they can react pretty fast. And Stone Diggers have the power to back that up. Oh, I was quite sure there would have been an illusory tunnel, but I guess never mind. Yeah, that's another thing that the Soulsborne franchise is known for, is secret tunnels. Or however that meme is supposed to go. They're very well known for that type of thing. Oh, right. This is... we came in, right? We came in from top. I guess we're gonna we're gonna wander aimlessly. That was the thing I was gonna say until I figure out where we are. Oh, remember how I said that it would connect to the Perfumer's Grotto? This is how that's happening, by the way. See that, huge, like, root up there? Yeah. We came over there and dealt with Miranda and Omen Killer. The Miranda Bloom. Now, we're on the other side of that. In the Altus tunnels. Shit. I'm about to die. Okay. Let's see how we can, not kill ourselves. No loot for me. Oh, this place is super scary. This specific section, like that down there, looks like water, right? Guess what? You can't swim in this type of game. The only game in FromSoft's arsenal that you can swim in is Sekiro. Sekiro, excuse me. Let me get the more American pronunciation here. Sekiro. And, I gotta tell ya, swimming is a cracked thing in FromSoft games. That not every body of water is immediately death incarnate is huge. What do you want to bet there's a rune piece up here? There's no way there's not. There's magnetic ore in these spots. Yep, I thought so. Clever, clever girl. I need a soundboard of that. I need to up my soundboard game. So I've got a few friends. I've got David Vincent.
Do you always have to yap?
Got Maxie.
Night night, sleep tight.
I've got Ivy Valentine.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Gideon himself.
Oh, are you aggrieved?
Our resident friend Moog, who I will not be putting on the soundboard or he is on the soundboard and I have used it. At the risk of not wanting to get people in trouble, I will definitely not be playing that at work or while people are at work. Manya.
That man is the
From
scum
Fallout
of the earth.
3. Who else? Our dear friend, Kenneth Height, with a bit of a dialogue edit.
Oh, Entry, grant me suck.
Another Soul Calibur friend, Angle Fear.
You worthless piece of trash.
Our good friend Taki from Soul Calibur.
Are you ready to die?
And at the risk of not wanting to anger copyright well, at least not right now anyway, and, you know, maybe not wanting to get people in trouble at work, I will not be playing the other thing on the soundboard. But even with all of that at my disposal, I have like 16 different ones, I think, if I were to do a count. Yeah, I still need to up my soundboard game. I definitely need, like, some scripted laughs or whatever. How do I want to do this? Oh, I am so dead if I make the wrong move. What are those emotes, by the way? Devious 93 Pepe Shout. Oh, this is one of yours. Okay, cool. And OS Frog. I do not know about OS Frog. Hey, Twitch, can you give me some more details about this? It is a global emote. It is a global emote. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, I'm glad that there's at least some random animals on as emotes. Is that... Yeah, that's OS Frog, right? OS Frog. Is that... I wonder if that's supposed to be in reference to anything. Look, man, I gotta tell people, I'm a dinosaur when it comes to memes. I'm 32. So I know there are people who are definitely older than me who are in the meme crowd. Like, they're up to date on their memes. I am not one of these people. I was already not up to date on my memes about the time that Hi, I'm Jared, I'm 19, and I never learned how to read came out. Thank you for that posture redemption. I will now make sure I'm sitting up straight for you. That'll probably last for a good minute or 5 minutes. Do my best to sit up straight. Thank you. If you want to have me get up and stretch, I have a similar one called Stretch the Servos. I think that's the same price. That has me get up for 5 minutes and, like, stretch. I'll do my best to kind of, like, play the game while standing. I have a whole bunch of commands. By the way, a nice benefit that Tier 1 subs, or any kind of sub, gets to have is double channel points. Like, you get double the quantity for every 5 minutes you're active, and you get double quantity for other things too, but the active rate is mostly where all the channel points end up going. I just blanked on what I was gonna say. Yeah, double quantity. I have lots of commands. Feel free to play around with any, all, or none of them. Your choice. Of course, channel points are not only for subs, they're for everybody. I think it's like 5 or 10 for every 5 minutes, and it's halved if people aren't active, that type of thing. We're just gonna clear the room. Gotta be careful. Yay, I love having less FP just already. Man, your character looks badass. Thank you. Thank you. I hope with the horse it looks even more badass, but we'll have to be out of this dinky cavern first. Anyway, I'm glad you like the cuckoo knight armor. I have to say, Elden Ring has some fantastic drip, and drip is just a fancy word for clothing, outfit. Like drip is the whole outfit usually, and it's, you know what? I didn't become aware of what drip meant until 3 or 4 years ago. I told you, I'm not up to date with memes, and I'm just as not up to date with lingo. I stopped caring when dicks out for Harambe was a thing. Or when Harambe was originally circulating as a meme. That's how old I am when it comes to memes. Anyway, before we begin, I have a lovely little command that I'm going to type into the chat now. But for those who need to know, if you type in !BOSS into the chat, all lowercase, all one word, exactly as you hear of it, like your boss at work, you'll get this nice little disclaimer. You see what I mean about it being inconvenient. I do have to move to type. That's the only thing that's a problem. But again, first world problems. So, once I open those double doors, the boss will begin, and I will not be talking. I will say hi. If your statement is truly important, and I know that's subjective, I will, make sure I address it. Promise. But, otherwise, I either don't say anything until the boss dies, or I die. Okay, how do we do this again? I remember this one being a bit of a, trick to get. Is it like up here? No, there's no way. I remember this being stupid difficult. We can skip this. This room piece is not... isn't really worth all this trouble. What the heck? Hang on, I remember having to take off my clothes. Yeah, and that's what they all say. And thankfully, because of the transmog system, even when I'm naked, I'm clothed. I would love to have that as a superpower. You know, be all, who's the X-Men? Mutant. Mystique. That's it. Mystique. She can transform into anybody. Has like... that's like her body, I'm fairly sure. That's not like anything... I don't think she's quite naked, but with mutants that don't conform well to clothing, you don't really have a good solid definition of what naked is. You just don't. Oh my god, please get up there on this route. I'm begging you, game. I'm begging you. Allow me purchase. Don't make me have to jump twice. Okay, I think I got it. I just had to do a bit of jump spam. Alright, now we put our clothes back on. What were we wearing again? Right, the fire monk stuff. Alright. With that, wish me luck. I hope I won't need it. And I will see you guys on the other side of this, hopefully not too difficult, boss fight. Nice. Nice. Ah, and now we have a more difficult boss. I say more difficult because it's easy to underestimate him, and that's Wormface. You know, Elden Ring's analog of Two-Face. Two-Face Harvey Dent from Batman. That Harvey A. Dent. Nah, I'm kidding. That's not even close. There's no Harvey Dent analog. Although when I say worm face, that's probably what people think of, huh? This analog. As a reminder, we'll be going 2 extra hours tonight as a way to make up for what happened yesterday. I truly am sorry about that. It was a pretty early tap out for me, and I hope that doesn't happen again. Well, with knowing my wrist and my arms and elbow, it's probably gonna happen again, but I hope it doesn't happen anytime soon. I'm gonna do my best to prevent that from happening in the first place. Let us head over to the Great Bridge. I don't know what voice I was doing, so I hope I didn't freak people the hell out. Now that we're outside, I could show you guys some help. So, this lovely thing is the Cuckoo Horse Skin. Let me see. I really need these as a command. So this lovely thing was made by the Wide Murloc. It's a pretty nice horse replacer. It's super cute. I wish there was one for the red mains, but horse replacers are... Okay. It's not that horse replacers are few and far between. It's that there are certain horse replacers that require what may be an unethical tool to use. Let me tell you guys a story. So, for everyone, well, it's actually kind of rare, but sometimes in modding, you get people that want to be paid for their work, which is not a bad sentiment, and people deserve to be paid for their time on something that usually starts out as a hobby or as a burning desire to expand their art or computer like service portfolios. I have no problem with that. People should be paid for their time. People need fair compensation in this world. Nothing is free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. But there is a lovely little mod out there that is also an overhaul by the name of Garden of Eyes. I know, for those that are like ERR veterans, I'm invoking a Voldemort style clause where I'm talking about the mod that should not be named, though really I think that should belong to Unalloyed at this point. But Garden of Eyes has much bigger ramifications for the Elden Ring modding scene. So Garden of Eyes is known for bringing in backports of old fights to Elden Ring. So for those familiar with Bloodborne, there's the Lady Maria fight. I don't know if that's DLC or not, but if it is, there you go. Or ports of Orphan of Kos, which is definitely a DLC boss fight. Or something like Champion Gunder, a Dark Souls 3 special, or other stuff of that nature. Like backporting bosses from older FromSoft games to Elden Ring. Fine. Not a problem. It's cheesy, but it's fine. That's their right. The issue is that they're charging people money. The entire mod is paywalled. Only available to Patreon, like patrons at Patreon. That's the only way you get this mod. That's a no-no, according to Sony and, it's a no-no to Sony and to Bandai Namco. That's that company. That's the company responsible for making these games. That's like the... And it's against From's terms of service. Bandai Namco's like the publisher, if I recall correctly. So, you've got a mod author who is threatening to anger Sony with charging people for access to a mod. That being Garden of Eyes. Not only that, but they've plagiarized other source code and other content from other mod authors without providing due credit. that may or may not have been fixed, but the damage is already done. Every time they come out with a new update, and they still have that Patreon wall active for that mod, Garden of Eyes, they threaten Sony's ire evermore. They threaten From's ire forevermore. The reason I say this is in Japan, which is where these companies are based, modding consoles and hardware over there, and modding like game software, is illegal. It's 7 years of jail time and a 7 million yen fine if you're caught doing it. No questions asked. Trial, open, shut. Just like that. Just like that. People whose only crime was working in the modding scene can now end up clogging a Japanese jail over a law that was passed in 2022. Let me give you guys a little bit of a... granted, take these Google conversion rates. Take these with a grain of salt. So one yen is 65, is basically not even 1 cent. So if I were to... Yeah, okay. I like to be able to actually convert, but I don't think that's happening. $45,801 US is the fine you would have to pay. Not even rich people would want to pay this fine if such a law were to exist in the United States at the exact same rate. $45,000. Most people would have to take the jail time rather than fight an accusation like this. And that's the baseline in Japan, along with a 5 or 7 year jail time sentence for that. And I think it's considered a felony over there, or something equivalent to a felony. Modding is essentially all but dead in Japan, and anybody in Japan working is doing so covertly under the shadows. Sony is a Japanese company, and while Japanese laws do not necessarily apply to us here in America, Europe, Australia, Africa, Asia, and so on, except for Japan, they would likely use this infringement by Garden of Eyes as a means of saying, we trusted you to not violate our terms of service, which is what Garden of Eyes is doing. It's violating terms of service. And now we're going to make sure that the most cheesy anti-cheat software is going to be mandatory for computers. For example, Dragon's Dogma 2, I think, uses the de novo anti-cheat engine, which runs when the game isn't running. When you have nothing on your computer, this little thing still runs in the background. And at any other time, you know what that means, right? I'm sure people don't know what that means, so let me explain it for the people in the back. That means Capcom, that's the company responsible for making Dragon's Dogma, is collecting data on you. They are spying on you. You'd be like, no, they're not. They're like, that de novo is an anti-cheat, not malware. No, you're right. You're right. But they could. If they wanted to, they could pack malware or something disguised as malware, more likely, and say, we require this in order for you to use our services. We need to know that you're not modding our games. That's likely what that's the kind of thing that Garden of Eyes could set into motion everywhere. if Sony were to actually go after them. It would define the future of modding from this point. It has the potential to. So, for everyone's sake, please get on Garden of Eyes' ass. Don't download it. Downvote it. Don't play the mod. Downvote it. Don't pay this guy on Patreon. Get it kicked out everywhere. Make Patreon, and if you have to, you may need to hurt other content creators in response to Patreon. Even me. Especially, perhaps maybe even especially me. If you have a Patreon subscription to me, I can't imagine why. Take it out in protest. Make Patreon get this type of stuff off their paywall service, because it is a flagrant violation of copyright. It is a flagrant violation in terms of service, and it has the likely potential to get the entire gaming industry cracking down on mod authors like Kirnifr, like Avidian, or like even someone like Arthmore, or people like Timothy Baldrich. Halgari would probably come into the crossfires over this. It's not good. I just spent 10 minutes rambling at you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm passionate about this. I'm extremely passionate. I hate what Garden of Ice is doing, and I want them to stop. If for no other reason, then think about all the people that they would be catching in the crosshairs, maybe even people they care about, that mod author cares about. If this person is listening, I want you to know, it's not your mod that's a problem. It's your paywall. Your paywall is a problem. Your paywall preventing people from accessing your mod is basically you charging for the mod and making money off Sony's IP. That's the problem. If you stop doing that, while people will still be mad at plagiarism, that can at least be mollified. And you're not pulling an unalloyed. Oh, when we get back from break, hoo boy, unalloyed, you're next. Anyway, for those who haven't been here before, we take 5-minute breaks around here. Those of you on YouTube, it's going to be a rather lonely 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, I have 90 seconds of ads for you. Helps keep the lights spinning. Of course, your subs matter a lot more than that, but every little ad helps. Eventually, I'll get paid on Twitch. Eventually. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching with me up to this point, soapbox or not. I really am going to try to speed things along after we get back. Yeah, that's really about it. Thank you guys for sticking with me up to this point. Thank you again for the subs, follows, interaction. I greatly appreciate all of it. And when we get back, unalloyed, you're next. You're next, kid. You're next. Just get that in your mind, unalloyed. You are next. And with that, I will see you after the commercial break. Thank you. I am sorry. I am back. Hopefully everybody has been enjoying their commercial break. I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by and hanging out so far. I greatly appreciate it. Any subs, follows, donations, bits, tips, or lurks, always appreciated. I should probably make a lurk command. Not that I think people need it, but it can't really hurt, can it? If you guys like the content and hadn't done so already, please consider following or subscribing, making sure your notifications are turned on so you don't miss that sweet, sweet content. I'm kidding. My content is not sweet quite yet. I still have a long way to go on that. But if you want to keep up with me or know when I'm live, that's making sure you're followed or subscribed is usually the best way to do that. Now, in the interest of showing you another way to stay up to date with the content, if you're part of my Discord, I wish I could refresh. I will eventually get this all nice and clean, but if you're part of my Discord, I have some resources for you. If you want to stay up to date, you see this Google Calendar link here? That's under content sources when you come in. If you're a follower, you'll be able to see it. If you're any higher, you'll be able to see it. If you click on it, you will be taken to your Google Calendar. And once you accept the invitation, and I probably have to confirm that, your calendar will be filled with my stream notifications. So I usually update these about every time I have to update for any other reason. And so this calendar is pretty accurate. I'm treating the Twitch schedule as more of this is when you can expect me to be live, generally speaking. But if you want actual changes to it, I recommend signing up for the streaming calendar. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything other than linking your Google account, or linking your Google Calendar to a calendar I maintain. That's all I really have to say. I'll kind of deign to do more shilling later. Now, in the interest of not always yapping on about unrelated real-life things and invoking the ire of David Vincent...
Do you always have to yap?
We're gonna play the game for a little while, and then... Unalloyed, you're next. I have not forgotten about you. Your criticism will be coming. And I don't care what kind of flame war it starts. Because I hate plagiarism. That's all I'm gonna say about that. And, my stepmother has decided to go to bed, so I will of course have to be less roused when it comes to telling that story, but tell it I shall, nonetheless. Let's go kill Wormface. Thank you again for the hype emotes in chat. I always appreciate that. The nice cutesy emotes. What do we have here again? We have Devious 93 Slap and the Flip. They're so cute. I feel like they're all... Are those all frog emotes? How did that miss? I don't know, but I don't intend to find out how. So, welcome to the underboughs of Altus Plateau. There is death blight everywhere. This is where this isn't exactly where Godwyn was killed, but this is the land in which Godwyn was killed. on the Night of the Black Knives. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Sorry about that, folks. I had a drink earlier. It's hashtag not sponsored by Coke. Let's see if I can't put that in front of the screen. Yeah, this is tropical mix Sprite. It's basically like you know, lemon, lime, and orange all mixed together. It's pretty nice. Not sure what... Is that the grit of dirt I feel in my mouth? Ugh. So, the way you can tell that you're in Wormface country is sometimes you'll hear them coughing. If you hear coughing, the only creature that does this that isn't like in a cutscene or in dialogue is a Wormface. The only one. Okay, no, that's not true. There's actually also the Albinoric, but theirs is more... The Albinorics usually wheeze rather than cough. Or otherwise do other heavy breathing. Like a straight up cough is... You see the tall Wormface over there? That's, those are the creatures that cough. They spit out Deathblight, which, for those who don't know, in Reforged, not only is Deathblight an instant kill, Deathblight also saps you of your runes. You don't get any runes back when you go back and reclaim your death marker. So right now we're carrying 50,000, or 50,000 plus runes. If we were to die, we would lose them. Gone. Finito. Zip. Zip. Zilch. Nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. They're just gone. Don't let Deathblight happen to you. I don't like the change with it sapping your runes. Insta-kill is already a reason enough to avoid it. But the runes being sapped is just... extra insult to injury. Don't get avoid this status at all costs. I don't know how I messed that up, but I did. Did we ever get a codex entry for the Wormface? We did not. I guess we gotta fix that, huh? Spellcasters, this is not an enemy you want to use generators on, unless it's a ranged one like Golden Star. This is the pull everything out of the kitchen sink and beat this damn creature before it gets you. I got a fun game. It's called Get in the Room before it turn out the lights before it gets you. It's that kind of game. It's you live or you die by the spit of the Wormface. Alright, what else? Anything else? Yay, nay, maybe say? No? Alright then. Oh, and yes, in case it weren't bad enough, the yellow-eyed ones have twice as much health, and they can dodge your spells. Yeah, they're like Wormface meets Slender Man. Except he's not so slender anymore. He's not Thickman though. He's Lanky Man. He's like Lanky Slender Man. And wherever he goes, death follows. Death is incarnate. Or rather, they represent death incarnate. Now, ultimately, our giant worm face friend is somewhere over here. See that? Giant worm face. Let's make sure there isn't any other... Ah, yes, there are also, tree guardians. I have to be extra careful. And because we have not cleared out a whole group of enemies, we have to keep our fighting a little bit self-contained. Let's take a look, because the giant worm face here is the same as the regular one. Immune to death blight. Vulnerable to, or not vulnerable, but it at least has status vulnerability to everything else. We're gonna summon our friend. We should probably summon a huge clump of friends. Going to pull the enemy. And I'll see you guys after this boss fight. He is normally extremely dangerous. Thank goodness that fight didn't take incredibly long. And apparently with summons, specifically group summons, he's kind of easy, I have to say. And that would explain why they had other damage going on. Would you believe me if I told you this was an Erd tree, a minor Erd tree? It's on the map, it's a minor Erd tree. And there's Wormface, gone. Oh, and these ruins have bunches of worm faces. Look right there. See? Worm face. Lying in wait. Come on. Show me you mean business. Oh, yep, he's up there. And the ruins are very strange, right? You obviously you almost want the lights on, but it almost certainly also makes you easier to notice as far as worm faces go. And the Woodfolk ruins very severely test your patience and your resources. If you don't have enough resources, you're not making it through all these worm faces. You're just not. Like, the damage they do is rough, but really it's the Death Blight. It's the Death Blight that's really, truly difficult. It's backbreaking to deal with. Because you work hard, you obtain enough for a level up, you have to fight a worm face before you get back, and, you know, they spit a bunch of Death Blight at you and you lose it all. Well, we really got to get close, don't we? How many more worm faces are we gonna find? Yeah, I forgot we have to get really close to use Giant's Flame. Ooh, nice rune piece. I'm willing to bet there's a worm face nearby. Yeah, there sure is. I think that's 2 of them. I don't like that. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, when you kill them, when you kill the worm faces, they dissolve in a mist of Death Blight that can get you after the fact. So, Death Blight is very, 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 very dangerous. Oh, few more, like a couple more upgrades, and I think we might be able to just get them outright. Just get them on an ambush and they die. And I'm kind of having to keep my ears out just because there's ambient coughing. Did you discover me? That is unfortunate. I was sort of hoping there wasn't gonna be another worm face nearby. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna die if I'm not paying attention. What am I... Oh, that spit goops you down? Ah, jeez. Okay. Sure. You have to roll out of it. Gotcha. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for rune pieces. Trust me, I know our trip seems kind of pointless right here, but my intention is definitely also to secretly kind of determine whether or not these ruins are even worth going after in the first place. So, like, going in and viewing everything is still reasonable. Okay, that is one whole worm face. Really gotta also make sure to stay topped off. We have the ritual sword talisman, which now that I'm thinking on it, it does nothing for us. Also, our goal is to never be in a fight. It does nothing for us when we're, you know, damaged. Whereas the flock talismans at least do something all the time. I don't know. It's probably not very good unless a full health build is exactly what we're intending. And I'm willing to bet the rest of our ruin seals are probably here. Now, just how many worm faces are there gonna be? That's a real question. There's one. There's two. Ah. And those are two dead worm faces. Neato. Although I'm surely hoping we can find some creatures in which to refresh our FP, or we are going to have a bad time with the next two worm faces. Okay, I have found our quarry. Found our mark. At JB's Fantastic Finds. Nah, I'm kidding, but that Facebook advert is around a lot more places than you'd think. I found my treasure at JB's Fantastic Finds. I know, you guys did not come to hear corporate jingles, but... Oh, really? It's like a cell phone business, right? It's not even a corporation? I wonder if John Bastow works with anybody. Oh, and something you didn't know about me. I'm a huge jewelry junkie. I love bracelets, necklaces, rings, that kind of thing. And I love the gemstones on them about as much. We got, let's see, Paraiba tourmaline, citrine, kyanite, sapphire, even quartz or Swarovski crystals. I know quite a few things. I couldn't tell you facts, but I could at least name off some gems for you. Of course, my birthstone is the diamond. I'm an April baby. Speaking of which, what is everyone's birthstone if they know for sure? If you need help, let me know. I know a lot of them, but I don't know all of them. And we can always look it up if we both collectively don't know. I'm also a white spinel baby, depending on, you know, which chart for birthstones you're looking at. I'm looking at you, Justins, who couldn't afford the diamond, but could very easily... Is that a third? That is a third, worm face. Ah, baby, a triple. But both my sibling and my mom are, they're turquoise. Turquoise? Or is it aquamarine? Birthstone in March. Well, we can look it up. We have Google at our fingertips. Aquamarine. Okay. I thought it was turquoise. They like turquoise, but their birthstone is aquamarine. There we go. Got it. Yeah, it's easy for me to remember mine. Mine is the whitest of gemstones. Actually, it's pretty clear for the most part, but it's usually got a white polish to it. It's also very, very common. Yeah, diamonds are expensive because the cartels that sell them make it so. There's literally an entity responsible for rates on diamonds. If we were allowed to sell them at actual market value, they'd be pretty cheap. They would still probably cost hundreds, but they wouldn't be thousands. Now, if you add irradiation treatments that turn them brown or black, or you subject them to heat treatment along with a dye process that turns them different colors, yeah, that's going to cost you some money. A couple thousand. And of course, the larger the gem, the more expensive it is, but that's neither here nor there. I want to say the largest... Is it the Kirnifr diamond? There's a diamond that's like the size of my chest. And I'm a big boy. I'm short, but I'm big. So I know if a diamond is as big as my torso is, we know it has to be a fairly expensive, evaluated at millions and billions of dollars expensive. Might even be an African diamond, stolen by the English monarchy. But you guys didn't come to hear my scathing critiques about the English monarchy. I'm not the American that's gonna say the only good monarch is a dead one, but monarchies inherently create a difference in status, and a difference in status leads to strife, leads to greed, and I think the only way you can eliminate that difference, that potential for strife, is to just not have governments. Not have monarchs, not have people in charge of one another. I know, this makes me an anarchist, but I'm like a benevolent anarchist who's like, you can form a government if you want to. We just can't have nations over it. We should return to how things used to be, which were humans collectively ruling over each other in small villages or small towns and cities with no nation as its heralding flag, and the only culture is human culture, but that dream is dead. That dream is dead, that time is dead, that space is dead. You're not ever gonna see that. We humans will off ourselves on a nuclear scale before we ever return to monkey, return to ape, return to nature. That's just never gonna happen. What, do we have any other naturophiles in here? Fancy word for people who love nature. Or technophiles. I'm something of both. So, and I'm always trying to explain that discrepancy. How can you love technology when it's against nature? Technology's not against nature. Technology that perverts nature is against nature, but that is not... Technology is not a perversion of the way natural order works. Monkeys make tools. Apes and chimps make tools. Otters make tools. That's technology. It's crude. It's not, oh, we can put things in a factory and use a lathe to carve out exactly what we want, or you know, it's not an oil rig. It's not 3D biological printing. It's not that. But it is still technology. You can't be, as a logical person, a pragmatic person, you cannot be anti-tech. You cannot. Or else even a simple bandage or a splint would not be permissible in your worldview. That's still technology. And everyone has different ideas of what tech means, and that's also, like, wrong. Please tell me we opened up the ruins. Where is this final ruin seal? Let's go and find the bird's eye telescope. I know there was one earlier, and that might help us find where the last one is. Right there. What the heck? Like there's a fog rolling in, keeping me from being able to see it. Or we have to, like, turn around to be able to see it? That's super stupid. I think we basically, like, move forward and, like, over in that direction, and we might be able to find it. Or it can literally be right here. That also works. Yeah, we'll basically get one attack and then we gotta run out. They're really fast. Now let's open this ruin seal, and then we'll stop and we'll take a small breather to... We'll take a small breather to talk about our lovely friends over at Unalloyed. So... Interesting. Did they actually change all this? Interesting. So, this is a mod pack made by Mount Lover. I know, I'm invoking... If people thought talking about Garden of Eyes was a code for Voldemort, this is like a code word for Azathoth or Yog-Sothoth. And this is referring to the outer gods level of, you know, they who shall not be named, to avoid invoking their ire. I don't care. Those are just superstitions in a story. They're not real. And if they are, then they surely would not care, being the omnipotent beings that they are, they would not care at my pathetic, too small for a speck of sand slights that I have against them. Anyway, this person copied over Elden Ring Reforged changes without permission several times. For a while, they were working with Team Reforged when it was smaller to get them to, you know, be an independent mod. And really, the whole thing boiled down to they didn't ask for permission. They just stole source code. Well, not only did they steal source code, they had multiple people do it. Multiple disenfranchised people do it. The last time they were able to plagiarize off of ERR was version 11.8. So this was before the 12.0 changes. Don't download this. I'm showing the page. Don't download it. Blacklist them. If they have any kind of Patreon or Coffee subscription, pull out. Don't do it. Don't support them. They have stolen from people. They are plagiarizers. They do not deserve this. Just throwing that out there. Give me 1 second. I am going to just kind of quickly check something. How's everyone doing in the meantime? Hopefully everybody is still handling our time in Reforged okay. And look, if they had asked for permission and Kirnifr and Avidian had, and I guess probably just Kirnifr at the time, had said yes, go ahead, you know, just direct your people to, you know, not come in here in my Discord with bugs related to your mod pack, no argument. Because that would have been an arrangement handled ahead of time. But they didn't do that. Things did not have to be this way. But Mount Lover chose to be an asswipe. and steal, instead of following through with the mod with Kirnifr's and I guess now Avidian's wishes. There's been like drama started up in our own server about measures that were taken in order to ultimately box out Mount Lover. It hit a lot of people. It really did. Even I got affected by it. There are going to be some things that I'm just going to have to ask in when I go to clarify it for the Let's Play, because version 11.6 will not 11.6b will just not fill in the blanks anymore. I don't know if that's maybe I could persuade Kirnifr and Avidian or Team Reforged to hand out a list or hand out a unmodified version of the reg bin with the names not deleted. Maybe something like that could happen, where the people that need to contribute get like a blank check, and the people that don't, including people like myself, can go talk to a contributor and ask nicely, and maybe they'll deign to share where I can find what I need. There is a tree. Glad we found that. Let's find this treasure at the Woodfolk Ruins. I've been wanting to find the entrance for a while. Although I don't want to incite the entire gaggle of them, maybe I want to avoid that as much as I reasonably can. Where is the entrance to this? It's like in one of these big ones, right? It's not in like a tiny little house. It's definitely one of these bigger ones. This is the part where I'm fuzzy, by the way, and I don't know what I'm doing. Any help would be incredibly appreciative, but super not required. We will eventually figure it out. Nothing up there. It's gotta be like over here then. Here we go. Oh, sweet goodness, we finally found it. Is this a trap? No, not a trap. Good. Okay, let's actually go up here. So here's Windmill Village. It's right over here. It's where the Godskin Apostle is. Before that, we need to go up here and find Gold Mask. Get that rest site all together. I don't want to get the Witch's Coven of Worm Faces involved. Before that, let's kind of take a second and just break stuff down. I feel like we sorely need it. So welcome to Elden Ring Reforged's crafting system. Basically the way it works is You break all the stuff, you break all the materials you collect down into these intermediary substances, and then you mix them together. Sometimes you have to mix like a roa raisin or something else you need intact, but for the most part, you just break everything down, build it back up into the item of your choice. Nothing too hard about it. You just have to keep your eye on things. We'll make it an amalgam then and leave it at that. Let's go ahead and make 16. We might need some more cursed blood pots. Let's make some and hold on to it. I think though, is this our first 6? It is our first 6. The question is, do we actually need this? I'm trying to remember if the magic scaling for like the passive effect, the one that restores extra FP in combat, is static. I want to say it is, but I could be wrong. But let's make our way up toward where we were wanting to go, and that's going to be over here. That a rune piece over there? Think so. Should just be able to drop down and get it. Awesome. Glad we could have this talk, Sir Rune Piece. Shit. Well, we're here now. You thought you were gonna get to hit me that time. Uh-uh. I have learned. Learning has occurred. I know what I'm doing now. Okay, we gotta figure out a better like game plan than a better game plan than, you know, me looking off to the left and not really speaking into the microphone. I don't know what that game plan is yet. I still have not really figured out the correct spot I want to place this yet. It could be I still have to do a bit of jury rigging in order to get the right setup, but I will eventually do that. What are you looking at? I don't know what Gold Mask is looking at. I'm not sure I want to find out. You're gonna burn your retinas out if you don't. If you don't take care of your health, man. Really, truly. Now, I know there was a campsite. Ah, that'll do it. Okay, here we are. Oh, it's good. I very nearly died. Neat. Now, how are we supposed to bloody reach that? That's a pretty easy one. I'd like to have it. Well, we found Gold Mask. He didn't bother to talk to us. We're gonna go back and find our dear old brother Corin, level up, and then get ready to take a break. I think that is only fair, and I am starting to feel the heat of this room, so I will be spending my time away from keyboard. Oh, what do you have to say, friend?
Ready to make it. Oh, going so soon?
Yes, Spock. We are.
Well then. From your description, of course, the golden to you two.
What I'd like to know is how he... You tell him where Gold Mask is, right? Knowing the bloody trip you gotta take, you gotta navigate this mess and eventually find your way all the way up there. Because this guy does not have a horse, right? So, no torrent, no spirit spring. Yeah, he just walks his ass all the way over here. And that's how you... It's a miracle that he didn't get mugged or killed on the way. I would have half expected Miyazaki to write that in instead. Really. I think this is how we're intended to get this. Oh yeah, guaranteed that's how we get this. Okay. We just have to make it to the arch on the other side. That's what's gotta happen. He says like it's the easiest thing in the world to do. No! Oh my god. Getting off the horse caused me to lose the item. Alright then. Let's try that again. Were we in free fall that entire time? Poor Torrent. Here you go, friend. You have earned an exquisite taste of Roa raisins. Let me get you a couple more of those, actually. The sweet raisins. That's much better. Yeah, see, now, now that Torrent's HP actually scales, we need to mode out the regular Roa fruit in exchange for the golden stuff. It's a pretty nice change. I like having our friend Torrent you know, be hale and hearty. Okay, we're going to allocate charges. Having that extra bit of cerulean really does help.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions. The prince.
Mine's almost at 40. It's close, but we're not quite there. Okay, we're going to take another break. We're about 4 minutes overdue. When we come back, I have major shilling I gotta do regarding your car's extended warranty. No, in all seriousness, I've got some stuff I gotta show you guys or tell you guys about when we get back. For those of you on YouTube, thank you for sticking by. Greatly appreciate it. For those of you on Twitch, you will have 90 seconds of ads to keep you company. And with that, thank you guys so much for sticking around up to this point, and I will see you after this regularly scheduled commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sticking around up to this point. I really do appreciate it. If you guys want to support in a more direct manner, please consider doing what Devious Grace did today, that I'm super grateful for, and consider a Twitch subscription. For $5 a month, you can enjoy no ads. Yeah, that's another sweet feature I forgot to mention is lack of ads. And any ads that you skip still support me. Twitch takes their cut, and I take mine, and I'm a pretty happy camper, all things considered. Yeah, I'm an Amazon representative. Hi, I'm gonna shill things at you. What else? Let's see. If you have too many streamers, you want to watch them all, and you don't have any particular loyalty to any one of them, consider Twitch Turbo for $12.65 That's US dollars. And any ad revenue that you would skip by not watching ads, we get anyway. That's every creator, every content creator here on Twitch who you watch with Twitch Turbo active. It does give Daddy Bezos 12.5 buckaroos, but if you don't mind that, then again, you have no streamer loyalty, or rather, no relative loyalty to one over the rest. Twitch Turbo is a pretty good package deal. I just happen to think you get so much more with $5 than you do $12.65. Don't let Amazon cheat you out of money. Find a few streamers, consider a subscription, maybe rotate that around to a few other streamers that are worth your time. Give them that high octane rush, that super warm feel good of feeling like they're worth a subscription today. I recommend that. You usually get extra emotes for your trouble. You usually get an extra rate on your channel points. Those are just like baseline. You may or may not. Do I want to throw that out as a sub perk? Might throw that out as a sub perk. I thought about rewarding VIP too, for anybody who subs for their first month. We'll have to see. I'm still thinking over ways that can incentivize that without throwing it in your face. Now, I have shilled at you far more than is necessary, and of course, you get all the fanfare with the Twitch subscription. I don't have anything for YouTube. Sorry. If you want to support me in a more direct manner, and you don't want the fanfare, you don't care about the perks, that's totally fine. I have a bunch of other I have a bunch of other avenues you can try out in the About Me section on Twitch. I'll leave it there at that. Just go press all those levers. For those of you on YouTube that want to support me in a direct way, I highly recommend checking out the description. There you will find ways you can contribute in a financial manner. It is all very much deeply appreciated. You do not have to. Your presence here is more than enough. More than enough. But I appreciate every little thing you do decide to give. I really do mean that. I'll do my best to make it worth your while by making sure that there aren't too many dead zones when we're talking, or that I have captivating stories to tell you. Speaking of captivating story, I'll stop what I'm doing for a second once we hear what Corin has to say.
Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with them and taken my place. Have no fear. I will, though we must do so quietly. The Master, while I frantically attempt to record him, though I am yet to comprehend, I know that this, the Golden Order, has bestowed me.
Lightning Spear, a classic. You don't need it, but it's nice to have, or rather, we can't have it. But it is nice to have. Might want to pick up these fortifications, just in case. We are allowed to cast those. We're just not allowed to cast, like, other spells. Now, regrettably, Gold Masks and Corrin's quests we will not be doing. They don't appear to have any bearing on a final boss. If Kirnifr ever changes that, I will let you guys know, because that means that means I can expect somewhere in the pipeline to have a boss for all those quest lines. And note that fighting a boss on the way there is kind of not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a real bona fide boss that's in the form of either Estelle, Natural Born of the Void, or Lich Dragon Fortisax. One of those two things. Where are we off to now, you might ask? Oh yes, story time. While we listen to the sounds of the rain. One of my favorite things to do, really. Storms and rain are kind of my favorite things. In real life. So, I'm gonna flick on the camera for a second here. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. Chat, you'll have to let me know. But, you see this patch here? That used to be hair before. And all this hair over here used to be way thicker. It's thinning. I'm balding. And when I get angry, I'm malding. I hate that. That idea will now live rent-free in my head until I'm either bald or I figure out something to do with my hair. One of those two things. I explained to my dad and my stepmom that, I would like to do something about my hair. Because I don't want people going, you're bald. Or like, you're balding. Like, you either have hair or you don't. People are usually willing to accept if you do or don't have hair. I have some hair on the top of my head, but not enough to do anything coherent with. People hate that shit. They'll mock you for it. They think you're ugly and won't tell you. That's what I don't want to deal with. Being told that, or being looked at funny, while people pretend to hold me as their equal, knowing full well that in the back of their mind, all they're thinking about is that damn bald spot they can see. Which, I don't think I'm balding at the corner yet, but I'm getting there. I will get there eventually. I want to just cut all that fluff out. Just go totally bald. Well, my dad laughed because he pictured me with no hair. I was half right when I was describing this to my sibling earlier. And that's kind of why I was glum this afternoon. I thought he was laughing at my predicament of being bald. No, he was imagining me with having no hair at all, and he found that funny. That's not the comment that really hurt. They kind of processed that as whatever. My sibling, when we were discussing this and they were offering suggestions on what I should do, was very gently trying so hard not to say it, but they did eventually say it. They didn't call me the name, but they told me I would look like a skinhead if I lopped all my hair off up here and started growing a beard here. And if I didn't grow a beard, I'd be a creep. I would move into creep territory. I'd look like a creep. Those are not things that an older sibling or any sibling wants to hear their younger sibling say, or any sibling say. That really hurt. Now, I intend to talk about that with them later, but that really hurt. This is not the first time that I've been told from them specifically, that I would look like a skinhead if I did it. I went bald one other time. I buzzed my hair. It wasn't like a true bald, but it was, going balder. That was a conscious decision to buzz hair. And with the beard and a pink shirt, I was definitely told I looked like a skinhead. I remember that. I dislike that comment. I am not a skinhead. I don't hold the values of a Nazi. I am not a Nazi. Not even close. I don't like stuff like that. So chat, I have a question for you. If you're still listening. You can see my head of hair. I've given you the front and the side. I don't have anything in the back to worry about yet. I want to know. Do you think I would look like a skinhead? A creep? Neo-Nazi if I went bald? Do you think I'd be a creep? Like, I can grow a pretty mean beard. I can grow a goatee. I can do lots of things with my hair. I would love to know what you guys think about that. For those that are watching the VOD on YouTube, you can leave a comment too. I do read those. Or, just your thoughts on the whole exchange. I only had time to address one of those. Like, my dad laughed, and my stepmother was kind of whatever. I addressed that later. I'm still processing the skinhead thing. It's not the first time I've heard it, but I'm still processing it. I'm still processing that I was told that if I were bald, I'd look like a creep. I don't know what to make of that. Granted, I do want to give my sibling. They didn't say I was one. They didn't say I was either of those things. They just said I would look like one. It still hurts. And I know that they weren't attributing that as a source of character to me or anything. But it still hurts. Because if I look like one, someone's going to say I am one. Because humans are reductivist creatures. We're animals. We reduce people to schema, to images, or concepts that fit our perception of them. That's just how we are. We reduce others to the perception of them that we can see. And we reduce people to what we know of them. Someone who knows nothing about me is going to say I'm a skinhead. And I'm not being a skinhead. It's gonna bother me. But I'm balding, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. It doesn't get better. I don't really have health insurance, so my options are make sure my insurance is over, and then be prepared to be told this is how much the minoxidil or finasteride is going to cost, and presumably be told presumably tell them we cannot afford that. To which they said, well, there are over-the-counter products you can buy that will help with balding. There is also, you can just shave it all off. Those are your choices. That's what you can do. I apologize for spending so much time on this, but I thought I would make sure I mentioned at least one riveting story about my day today that wasn't just you know, your typical streamer fluff. Like, I'm mentioning stuff that actually bothers me as a person. Has anyone else ever had an exchange with family before where they said something that they didn't call you a name, right? They didn't say, oh, you're this thing or that thing, but they said you would look like it. Did they tell you, oh, when I think of what you might do with this or that, you make me think of this? You know, they map something, they project something off onto you, and you didn't like it. You ever have an experience like that? Feel free to get as personal or impersonal as you want with all that. And of course, you do not have to tell me in public. You can just whisper me on Twitch. I do look at those. You know, provided I can tell you're not a scammer. And I'll be like, yes, Whisper One, I can see that. You know, I'll just reply to your sentence. I won't actually read it. Or I won't read it out loud. I picked up that little trick... Shit. I picked up that little trick from a streamer named Slippery Susie. Let's get a shout out for Miss Susie. Is that the correct one? Sorry about that. I don't think I got the right spelling. I'll have to go back and review their username to see if it's changed, but they've been playing Elden Ring, not Remnant. Unless they have been playing Remnant, in which case I wouldn't know. Not even in the slightest. But we're gonna go over to Windmill Village now. And kill ourselves an apostle. And hopefully have a much better time with it compared to the Divine Tower of Kalè, where we died 13 times. Or whatever. Dominula. Windmill Village, Dominula. This place was a source of quite a few deaths for me. You got these dancers. They be dancing. Yeah, what an apropos description. And they'll leave you well enough alone as long as you don't touch any one of them. You start touching, you're getting sliced. Not much more to say than that. When in this Windmill Village, we have, I think the only other enemy to show up here would be, like, rats. Hello, Rune Piece. May I have you? Please? Oh, I'm quite sure we can just make this type of jump here and probably get it. I get the feeling there are gonna be a few of these. You know, just lying around. Let's go and begin our next let's begin our next chain of what we'll be buying for binding runes. I think we have pretty sufficient stamina now. So let's see. We can increase maximum FP. I don't think we need it. I think we've got plenty of FP to work with. More is nice, but I would prefer, like, decreased FP costs. What do we have here? FP cost of skills, maximum equip load, or effective bow range. Let's go for cradle consumption. So now our spells are going to be ever so slightly cheaper. So I think I remember our lovely Giant's Flame Take Thee being... Yeah, it was like 527. Now it's 501. So our hope is we'll be able to get more spell casts in.
I took you so much to lay out your own.
Okay, we're gonna sell everything we don't need. Speaking of which, those are sombers. Not like regular smithing stones. Yeah, we can't... We'll have to be careful. I'm hoping that that thing regarding, improvements to weapons and their passive effects being static. I hope they're a static effect and not a scalar effect. Because that means that we would have to upgrade a dagger alongside everything else. Got a magic dagger, we don't need this. Strengthen to death sorcery, we don't need this. What else are we getting rid of? Might keep this thing for a little while. What sort of cosplay do we not really care about? Maybe the ruler set I don't really care about? And I don't care for the noble stuff either. Yeah, we can sell some of this. So we'll just keep the apostle stuff. Don't care about the Black Hood stuff. We can get rid of that. And I don't think I really care about any of this other stuff. Yeah, I think we're good here. I think that's about as much as I'm going to be able to give. And as nice as my cuckoo night set is, I would like to wear something else. What do we want? Maybe the royal remains? Sure. I like what I see. Looking very snazzy in that black armor. Replete with skeletal bones popping out. Alright. Let's return back up to Dominula in the Windmill Village. Or Dominula, the Windmill Village. And work our way towards this apostle. Now let's kick some ass. I'm... in the immortal words of... of David Vincent.
Do you always have to yap?
Oh, by the way, for those who don't know about any of David Vincent's work... let me see if I can do an impression. Now that's strategy. He voices Robin from Fire Emblem The Awakening. He also voices, is it Richard Windsor? No. Well, I know the name is Richard, but he's done some work for, like, the Tales of Graces. That's the Richard I'm thinking of. He's also... is it Bernard? Might be. There's a lesser-known game that's really quite eclectic called Infinite Undiscovery. And David Vincent, I think, voices one of the characters in there. Oh... I love just decimating these lasses. Oh, and a bunch of them are going to be falling on this, are going to be following me, because they do not like that I killed their friends. No. Oh, such beautiful screams. Oh, it's like music to me. I don't... That was not a very good thing to say, was it, Manya?
That man is the scum of the earth.
You know, I realize that nobody else likes my soundboard but me, but I like my soundboard. And that's really what matters, isn't it? I love using it. It's the best soundboard. It's the best decision I think I've ever made. Yeah, it's definitely the best decision I've made in my life. Once I actually sat down and started working on a soundboard, it was just match made in heaven. And I love what I've done with my own work. Well, with other people's work, but I hope you get what I mean. The time I had to spend learning how to edit that type of thing and developing an ear for what I wanted out of an audio clip took some doing. You actually had to listen to the media you downloaded. There is no... Don't let artless.io or, you know, motionarray.com give you, don't let them swindle you. If you just need generic sound effects, yeah, sure. If you want what I want, which is people saying stuff, you're not going to get that. And I suppose my thing about this is I realize my soundboard is like built for my own tastes. But if you guys have suggestions on what you would want in a soundboard, I can see about setting up some sound alerts for the whole thing. I could see about getting alerts set up just for you. Yeah, you rolling around at the speed of sound doesn't work anymore. Yeah, it doesn't bloody work. Enjoy your defeat. The taste of defeat, anyway. You know, I really wasn't expecting to hit that far off one in the distance, but I totally did. And I couldn't be happier. Flamefall upon them is amazing if you use it in the right circumstances. It's just a nice area, a nice conal area of effect spell. It's pretty good, I have to say. I'm gonna try to have like some kind of story that I can share about once an hour. I want to try to find like a good balance between talking about the game and talking about the real world, or like my world even, not just the real world. I don't know why I'm looking over there when I should be looking at the camera. It's neither here nor there, I guess. We're going to try and let's see if that helps. Yeah, I think so. The only question is going to be, you know, how can I, how can I, do that? And also kind of like make sure the audio doesn't do janky, weird things for you. Shit. Really? Thank you. That should not have been difficult, but it was. There is no way a rune piece was not up here. That is such garbage. There we go, that's how we get up here. But did it matter? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. I wonder if we can like set something up decent. It's like alternate universe dab. I'm sorry, but you're just gonna stand there all pretty. This has got to be thumbnail material if ever I've seen it. These ladies are like, what the hell kind of dance is that? They're definitely thinking in the back of their minds.
Do you take me for a fool?
That they're definitely thinking that. Or they might also be thinking in their heads,
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
well, you know what? We're gonna show them that I am an ungodly cur, and I will make them disappear first. Gonna jump down? Where's the other chick? I know she was around here somewhere. That's a pretty interesting rhythm we got there. I don't know why you would want the perfect dodge other than, you know, get this. If you perfect dodge, you get 1 extra iframe. That's right. You get rewarded for pressing it at the right time. 1 whole iframe. Ah, the killer optimizations one could make. Now, somewhere up here should be a marker for summoning for this fight, although it's Millicent, and I think it might actually be tied to, to getting her prosthesis back, first. So instead what we're gonna do is summon our friends. Actually, that's right, I remember. I have not forgotten. Well, friends, here's another Godskin Apostle. And with that, I will see you guys on the other side of these attempts. Ah, there's our friend, the Scouring Black Flame. I feel like that's gonna get us killed trying to cast it, but I'll show you what it looks like. Now, where's our friend Millicent? She's supposed to be around somewhere. She may show up after the boss fight. Alright, where is our friend here? Right over there. Good. I guess let's see if Millicent shows up after we rest at the campsite. There we go. And now we just bend down. Also holding this straight. Maybe something like this. And just make sure the headphones are not caught up in the crosshairs, where I'm sort of speaking directly into the microphone, but also I can kind of look this way if I want.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambition.
Now, where is Miss Pris? There may only be an interaction available by summoning, now that I think on it. Yeah, it sure looks like it. Ah, now we have everyone's favorite dragon friend, Lanceax. You know, Vike seduced a dragon, so why can't we? And who the hell is Senna? That's what I want to freaking know. Who's Senna? It's not in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Senna. It's someone else. Oh, either that or whoever came up with... Whoever was talking about, like, the Tarnished's, like, female harem, or I guess harem is referring to females, and a reverse harem would be a female harem, so, when that skit about Gideon addressing the Tarnished's harem pops up, either that guy had his mouth stick together for part of it, and Senna was what came out when he meant Selen, or their mind was somewhere else. Shit. Wait. Oh my god. I am dead the next time that hits. Oh, you know what we can do? I can't believe I didn't think about this until after the fact. I'm invisible, bitch. You better not be thinking about that. That is a little too accurate. Come on now. We're gonna craft another one, and we're gonna use it to our advantage. Okay, it looks like we made it far enough up that they stopped firing. How were they able to track us while we were invisible, though? That's the part I want to know, is what the heck? Invisible means invisible, not bloody near invisible. Alright, so if we want to prowl the countryside, we gotta start by killing the ballista operators. Oh, I love, you know, approaching random people and killing them outright with a spell like this. Alright, come on. Where... Oh, okay. It's gonna be like that, is it? You know what? I can make use of that. We can turn that to our advantage. Stealth is your friend with Elden Ring. It really, truly is. It's a great friend. Just gonna try not to mess up the audio too much. While also making sure I'm like semi-comfortable and not pressing my leg into literally the steel framing of my desk. That hurts. Oh, we're in an encampment and I can't take a break yet. Sadness. Don't worry, we will fix that, but for the time being, we're gonna have to forgo our usual break in order to make sure we get out of this alive. We don't want to be ambushed by a random enemy patrol and, you know, we end up dead. Come on. Where's the next one? Imagine just being able to perfect attack spam or perfect spell spam these guys, like, and that's more or less what you get when you get good, when you get decent enough at the game. You can string together little combos like that. Another game which you can get pretty decent at stringing together 1 and 2 card combos is in Magic the Gathering. If you study the interactions of every card enough, you will eventually know what a 2-card combo looks like Thassa's Oracle and Tainted Pact. Usually in a Doomsday shell. What you do is you have a game plan, and ideally, without interruption, you want to cast something like Doomsday and set up your top. Basically, you exile all but the top 5 cards of your library. You can set them in any order you want. You draw the Tainted Pact. And ideally, I think Thassa's Oracle can. No, that has to be sorcery speed. Hold on, is Thassa's Oracle flash? Well, I need to look at this. I need to look at the card. Reading the card explains the card. It does not have flash. So, what you want to do is set up... You want to have enough mana in play, or like enough cheap mana, Lion's Eye Diamond, or Lotus Petal, that type of thing. You want enough mana set up in advance that basically you can set up the Tainted Pact and I don't think you draw a card off Doomsday. I could be misremembering, but what you want to do is use Tainted Pact in such a way that Thassa's Oracle is your last card, and if you have no and it basically reads Scry 1 or 2, and if you have no cards in library, you win. Because it's Thassa's Oracle is based on your devotion to blue, which if the only blue creature you have is Thassa's Oracle, you're looking at the top. I want to say it's like the top 1 or 2. Might be double blue, and in which case it's like you're looking at the top 2, and if there's nothing there, you win the game. It's modern day Laboratory Maniac, only without the 200 cards necessary for 200 card library necessary for Laboratory Maniac to win. What am I doing? Figuring out where the hell in this bloody encampment is like the last red-eyed enemy. Gotta kill all the red-eyed phantoms in order to I gotta be extra careful. Really? How did that miss? Just gotta mine that knight up there. That was pretty close, I have to say. I really thought I was gonna die there. I didn't think I was gonna have the opening to drink either, so I needed to try to kill them before that point came to pass. Thankfully, it did not come to pass. Before we go to Lanceax, we might as well, like, here's the problem with Elden Ring and, like, or specifically Reforged and, like, challenge runs, is you have to engage with so much of the base game, it's not funny. So it takes you, like, an actual real month to, like, complete the run, because you're trying to grind up all the necessary rune pieces to make the bosses easier than they were before. And there's no such thing as easy in Reforged. Like, at all. So you're trying to set yourself up to have a manageable run, and you need to engage with enough of the subsystems that you can. Just engaging with the mechanical combat stuff is not enough. You have to actually respect the level cap, respect the stat investment changes. You need to respect the fact that dexterity is no longer something every caster requires, etc., etc. There are lots of things you have to take into account when you're wanting to make a challenge run out of Reforged. With Convergence, like, yeah, you have all their changes, but quite literally, that is a challenge runner's game. They literally designed it. What the shit? What the hell? Ho ho, I am definitely not gonna allow myself to get torched by a hyper trebuchet in the back. You could forget that. Come on, let's go route out the other trebuchet user down here. I'm quite sure we've cleared out the stuff up here. Not so fast, MFer. Goodbye. Quick, what's the number for 911? Confused baby noises. Knowing that they just said what the number for 911 was. Be cool about fire safety, children. That YouTube poop is great. And Gilbert Gottfried, God rest his soul. Beautiful voice work. Excellent for YouTube pooping. Shit. Okay, we're gonna go up here. Hopefully wipe this guy out. Well, okay. Someone's real snappy. I guess putting a rune piece up here would have been too easy, huh? That's because it was literally on the bottom. Certified Reforged moment. Certified Reforged moment. Who's heading up the ladder now? No. You don't get to come up here and ambush me in my moment of confusion. Stay down there. That look suits you. Shh. I keep trying to save up for my bloody horse, and you keep taking it away from me, game. You're god-awful. Nah, I'm messing. I only have myself to blame if I'm being quite honest with you. How's everyone holding up so far? Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Exploring the lands between together. Getting rune pieces together. Struggling together. Dying together. Well, okay. Not in real life, but, like, come on. I'm talking about video games here. Maybe everybody is having fun with that. And accidentally dying in their video game at the same time. That's what I meant. Struggle busing. You can do it. A struggle bus. I can teach you. Here's your tissue. And we're going to... the rest of this song has been fully redacted for the purposes of corporate entertainment. See you next time at Coinstamp Entertainment Enterprises. Nah, I'm joking. I'm faffing. I'm not serious. But if you want to see the Skyrim Shuffle, you better go search up Machinima into YouTube, and you will see what you get. Should be under the name Manslayer. If you need to know about, oh, which channel is it? Don't go to Machinima. They steal his work. Go directly to Manslayer's channel. That's where you'll find all that stuff. Don't worry, not intending to actually go to the capital outskirts quite yet. We're just picking up this nearby rest site that's here. We might as well rest. We're overdue for a break, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a break.
Spoken echo shall I shed in mirror. Hear me, make of thyselves, but should ye fail to amounting only to sacrifices.
Well, damn! Just slay me, why don't you? What's their spell cost looking like now? 498? Okay, that's fine. Maybe it'll eventually be 475. It can't be that cheap. These are supposed to be minor increases. Anyway, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're gonna continue going on. Normally, we would end at the 4-hour mark, but I told you guys, and I meant it. I meant it. We're gonna be going for another 2 hours. I may wreck myself with a cup of coffee. We'll have to see, but I will get back to you on that in 5 minutes. You'll either see me nursing another cup, or you won't. But either way, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope to see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I ended up having to go to the bathroom during the midst of that. I'm so sorry. Every time stuff like this happens, I feel like it cuts into the bonus time, and if I keep having to apply bonus time, then, you know, the stream will never end, which maybe some people would like. You know, an endless stream. But that would probably cause my internet provider to throttle us. And I do not want that. Also, yes, I have returned with a second cup of coffee. It's one of the few times in my streaming career I believe I have done this. I'm going to do my best to limit that. But I feel like I need that extra kick in energy. And I hope that my mind will not suddenly make this stuff tire me out, as I am neurodivergent, so coffee does not have its usual effect on me that it's supposed to. 1 cup works fine. It's like a novelty thing for me. I drink it and I move on. 2 cups and I'm usually snoozing. So I'm hoping I didn't make a mistake. I know how my body works, but sometimes you just do stuff for energy. Sometimes you can have all the knowledge in the world, but it doesn't stop you from making stupid decisions or being hopeful that your body will work normally just this fucking one time when you want it to. And when it does, when it inevitably fails you, like it does for me, I'm kicking myself because it takes me a week to hammer myself out of that funk. That one does not appear to be carrying a torch pole. So I'm pretty happy to just, you know, be able to take them out normally. What kind of story could I tell you next? So, for those who don't know, some of these stories will just be in common circulation. Both myself and my sibling run tabletop campaigns, or at least we're supposed to, right? I'm on a 6-month hiatus. This is currently month number 4. And, here, I can show you guys some of the stuff I'm talking about. All we have to do is just go to our Google Documents. Let me find one. Here we go. So, I DM a high fantasy, high power campaign with mythic levels and everything, and I make custom content for those. So, our rogue is capable of casting spells, pretty specifically. Let's see, gain a permanent +5 bonus to use magic device checks to manipulate a magical trap or use a spell trigger spell completion item, and she applies half her class levels to the caster level of any used spell trigger spell completion item, spell completion, command word, or use activated item. And when determining DCs for spell effects from magic items, you will add the highest mental score modifier to the DCs. Yeah, so our rogue does have the ability to cast spells. Not spells of their own, but they're pretty good at casting stuff from wands and staves. If they have to. I want to say they're currently level 14, 13, 14, somewhere around that area, that ballpark. I currently have them story gated on XP, but Were there any notes I wanted to take for this run while I'm thinking about it? But we play Pathfinder First Edition, so it's one of those, the game has no guardrails for new players, but if you understand the game system, you're capable of doing some pretty fancy stuff. Especially when you have something like Hero Lab to code the custom content. I can't create new XML or like databases for the game, but I can work with existing databases in HL to make the custom content I need to make. It takes me months to do, but I can do it. I got rudimentary Python and C knowledge. It's enough for what I need it to be. It's not what I wanted, but okay, game or computer. Okay, computer. Sure, computer. Absolutely. What bosses have we killed so far? Just Apostle, Wormface, and the duo. Another reminder about the Godskin Apostle. That's probably what I should write down. That's really about the only thing. I just wanted to write that down so I don't forget. So if we look... So it's like 72. Yeah, see, these are more reasonable engagements for a Godskin Apostle. Like, absolutely more reasonable engagements. The one in the Divine Tower is like the hardest. I think it's one of the hardest boss fights that even seasoned players will experience. Even if you're skilled at parrying, figuring out the times to parry the Godskin Noble or Apostle is difficult, and you gotta know when to run out. You have to know when you need to back off and heal, and if you do, in vanilla, they can detect that. Oh, okay. In Reforged, they can also detect the flask drinking animation and have a spell ready for that the second you react to it. Or the second you even think about pressing that button, they're already on you like white on rice. So in Reforged, it's not much better. Godskin Apostle remains one of the hardest fights a new player, especially with all the stat adjustments that you're going to come into at the Divine Tower. If you want like a primer, I almost recommend skipping the tower and coming right over to Altus, so you can have a more reasonable time fighting it, resurrecting it, and fighting it again. To get a sense on what things you should and shouldn't deflect, what things you can and can't duck, what things just need you to move out of the way, that kind of thing. What the heck? I don't know. Shit. Run. That's an elder lion. Just run. And I know they can, like, knock down the walls or anticipate where we're going. If I could have a summon here, I'd be okay, but alas, no summons allowed. Okay, there's that line. If I could get on like a high, like some kind of high ground, I'd be okay fighting it. I know they know where I am. Shit. Yep, I didn't think that would last particularly long. I don't think there's any high ground where I can get away from him. If I go up here, he'll circle around. I have to wait. Probably a sitting duck if I do that. Get off the horse. Good lord, get off that horse. Okay. How do we want to do this? I could just get in range. I have to, like, lure him up here somehow. Okay. It's not gonna work. I can't psych him out. Okay, I can tag him. Really? Okay, let me see where else I can go. So, like, kind of quickly get out of harm's way. Lion's gonna be able to jump that. Lion's gonna be able to jump all of this and get to me. It's like a very aggressive game of cat and mouse. I'm the mouse, and even though I've got all these cool tools, the lion, the cat, renders me too afraid to use them, in fear that I will get mangled to death. Alright, I can't reach him anymore. I have to make him, like, see that I'm vulnerable. Oh, are you just gonna do this, are you? Sure. Whatever works. Okay. Got it. I'm pretty sure that would be not permissible in a real run, but thank goodness it's routing. Huh. Oh. Now that surprise lion jump scare is over, let's see what this item was. Light bone arrow. Oh, deathlight stuff. Cool, I don't need that. Nice. Really, I was expecting... You're totally about to try something, Sir Sorcerer. Not allowed. That is not allowed. I think this is going to be the slowest 6 hours of progress ever. Main reason for that is just... you know, trying to make sure I get as many rune pieces as I can. I don't need to collect all of them, but I do need to collect, like, a critical mass of them so that we actually get to enjoy their benefits during boss fights. Being used to reach certain breakpoints is, like, part of that. Alright, so we have the rampart side path. We're gonna rest up slightly. We're gonna check for required to level up. So it's 97. No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna be just short. Even if we sell things, we might actually need... Additionally, we may want to prepare lightning fortification while we're here. And we don't want frenzied burst, and we probably don't want giant's flame here. I think dragons are immune to madness, or they're immune to... No, they're not immune to blood loss. And we don't have time for strength. Flame, grant me strength. Looking like our best spell option is probably Lightning Fort. And then just go absolutely a berserk. Don't need Sentry's Torch for this. In case anyone here it's the middle of the stream, we might as well, you know, take an opportunity and catch people up on what we're doing. Hi, my name is Coin. Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod made by Kirnifr and Avidian and the rest of Team Reforged, but mainly those two, and mainly Kirnifr at that. Anyway, it is a Vanilla Plus style overhaul with approximately 13,000 changes in it, maybe more. It's a mod that is constantly in progress. It changes things from new attack and dodge mechanics, or replacing mechanics, to new spells, new sometimes new enemies, sometimes new bosses, sometimes simple map edits, or even lighting fixes. About the only thing that this mod doesn't touch is Torrent's appearance. And that's only insofar as, while they touch the mechanics of Torrent, Torrent can now get hurt by, you know, rot and poison and rot bogs, or other, other environmental hazards. You could already hurt him by stepping into fire, but the bogs are kind of a new thing, relatively speaking, for players. Or change the relative speed and being able to adjust it through the use of items temporarily. But they don't actually touch his appearance. Torrent is Torrent. So one of the ways in which I could spice this up is by showing off mount skins. I'm using the Cuckoo mount skin, or the Cuckoo Knight mount skin. The Cuckoo Knight horse, made by the Wide Murloc. I really do need a command over all the mount skins I'm using. It's great. Usually I rock the Falling Star Beast skin, made by Apollo Who. It's one of the best skins ever. It's so cute. It's not even funny. And the Falling Star Beast happens to be one of my favorite bosses in Elden Ring. So it's fitting that I ride a mount modeled after the Falling Star Beast. Felt something between my teeth. Sorry. Anyway, I still feel it. I'll deal with it later. If you want to know more about this mod in any capacity, you can type in exclamation mark ERR, ERRW, ERRD to get access to the resources. If you need the weapon calculator, you can type in exclamation mark WEPCalc, 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 for Twitch and YouTube. If you want to know more about the specific route that we're doing, Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only, you can type in exclamation mark D-route or D-build, YouTube or Twitch only. I just don't have a build command for YouTube. I gotta sit down and actually figure that out. But that's coming more in my direction. But I have a ton of links and resources that you guys can use to apprise yourselves on what I'm doing or how I'm doing it, or, you know, how far along we've progressed into it. How far we've progressed into this challenge run. We've come a long way. We've made it over halfway through the actual game, and we've got... That's 100? No, it's 200. 300. 400. We've collected 400 rune pieces. Each grafted rune is 20, and each other binding rune is 10. Which is where I derived my count from. We've collected almost half, which is scary. But regardless, yeah, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. It's a really expansive overhaul mod. You don't have to do the challenge run I'm doing. And if I make the game seem harder than it is, even if I am playing on normal difficulty, you guys could tell, because if you look up here, right there will be a little icon with a number of stars on it. The number of stars tells you what difficulty it is. In this case, I have 3 stars, so this is telling you we're in Reforged mode, or aka normal difficulty. I wouldn't dare try a challenge run like this on Adept or Hard, or, I think the new mode is Dragon Mode? Yeah, let me show you. There's some new modes, since the last time we talked about the difficulties. So we look. Dragon Mode. Variably increases enemy stats. Bosses receive Master Mode stat increases. Mini-bosses receive Hard Mode stat increases. Elites receive Adept. Major and Minor receive none and have hard enemy attack or hard enemy effects. Hard enemy effects include more aggressive enemy AI, more aggressive enemy projectiles and attack combos, mild health regeneration after not taking damage, backstab immunity if alerted. Harder difficulty options can be extremely challenging and are not suitable for most players. Reforged offers ample challenge on Reforged difficulty, aka normal, and don't change difficulties or you will lose runes. I just want to show you that stuff is there. Another one would be Exploration Mode, where the bosses don't change, but the minor enemies do. I don't want to change that mode, but there's lots of different things you can do to change your difficulty. Shura Mode. This is probably the hardest thing you can ask yourself to do is Shura Mode. And of course, Shura paired with some other high difficulty mod or high difficulty modifier, like say Adept or Master. You get half the number of invulnerability frames. You lose half your runes on death. So not just lose them when you die, but when you get your death marker back, you only get half of what was there. You can't use spirit summons. You can't really use spells. You can, but Shura Mode is meant to emulate like Sekiro in a way. Sekiro, excuse me. It's gonna take me time to get out of trying to romanji the word, so to speak. With, you know, other AI changes. It there's red text to outright tell you you don't need to do this. And you can set this to like raid mode. I don't want to change anything. I merely wish to show that you have compatibility options, you have difficulty options and everything available to you. This is something that you could do to spice up your gameplay. Or you can make the game easier on yourself. There's like God mode or relaxed mode. You don't have to stress out. There are tons of options, but the definitive Reforged experience is Reforged mode. Everything is balanced around that. Most of the time, I would say the other difficulty modes are scale ups or scale downs of Reforged, with not too many changes that differ after that. What am I doing? Passing time, that's what I wanted to do. I do not want to fight this boss at night. Doesn't have any mechanical differences, but why fight at night when you don't have to? Let's wait until morning. Like reasonable people. If a dragon has a cave, you challenge it in a cave. But if you fight it on an open field, don't fight at night. Fight in the morning. Now, I want to say it's like up on this hill. That's where Lanceax is. And of course, it's fucking raining. Oh, that's right, run. Sure. A spell we can't use, but that wasn't really the point. That just, these are just sheep. Yep, these are lightning sheep. Come on, give me another ram. Another lightning ram. There should be like bunches of them out here. Ah, there's one right over there. Okay, codex entry unlocked. Good. We're going to go back to a rest site. We're going to take a small break, and when we come back, we're going to hopefully kick some ass.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
What do we want for that? What do we want for Black Knife Assassin while we're here? Just before we take a break, we obviously don't need that. Flamefall upon them is probably not very good here. Or Giant's Flame. We probably don't want that. Black Flame, or Scouring Black Flame, seems like it's just designed to get me killed. I'd say this is probably where the status moves come in. And along with Flame grant me strength if necessary. But I actually don't think I'll need that for this fight. Now, for those of you that have not been here before, it is over halfway through our stream. We do take 5-minute breaks. Normally, this would be where the stream is over. I do the shoutouts and all that fun stuff, but I told you guys I'd be going for 2 hours, and I meant that. I really did. For those of you on YouTube, this is going to be a lonely 5 minutes for you. I'm generally away from my desk. For those of you on Twitch, this will also kind of be a lonely 5 minutes, but you will have 90 seconds of ads to keep you company. Thanks again for stopping by at Coinstamp's Corporate Entertainment Enterprises. Anyway, jokes aside, thank you guys for stopping by and hanging out with me up to this point, especially as we stack on 2 more hours. And with that, I will see you guys after the break. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry about that. I showed up, but then I had to. I showed up at 11:29 just as I had planned. But then I also had to adjust my seat, which made me late. So I have to apologize about that. Hopefully everybody's been enjoying their commercial break. And like just the overall stream in general. I hope we can pick up the pace in the next 2 hours. Or else Linda Blair is gonna tell me.
Too bad you're not double jointed. 'Cause if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
I had to make sure I was quiet during the entire portion of that. We're gonna go kill ourselves an assassin now. Bring ourselves that much closer to the sweet completion of the Deathroot side quest. Fulminating Rune Bear. When do we want to do that? There's the Black Knife Assassin. Maybe we could do it here. Like right after unlocking the tomb, we could go back and try again for the Fulminating Rune Bear. Fulminating Rune Bear is a custom boss. We have not, and it is one of a handful of custom bosses in Reforged. Okay, how do we want to deal with this? I say we overwhelm her with sheer numbers. I'm just gonna take a whole bunch of hits. Neat. Okay, so what we're gonna do is unlock the tomb after we take a quick look around for a rune piece or support or two. Just one or two. There should only really be one or two over here somewhere. Oh. Oh, there's one right here. Looks like that's the only one, at least on the outside. welcome to the graves. Now, this is the start of where these graves are, and let me tell you... Well, okay, that's not true. You have the impalers. No, those are catacombs, aren't they? Yeah, the graves start right about here. Like, the tombs get very elaborate. And, let me tell you, these can be incredibly unfun places to be. Like, especially unfun places to be. The puzzles, the traps, the brutally placed enemies, generally speaking. Not really a whole bunch of fun, gotta say. Let's go find the rune bear split, and then we're gonna make an attempt at killing the rune bear at this juncture. You find it. Because it would be nice to not have to worry about killing said rune bear at the end of the game, and we could do it right now while we're dealing with Altus Plateau shenanigans. So who's ready to see a custom boss? Rune Bear, which Rune Bears have been bosses in Elden Ring so far. We met one in Earth 4K that was a boss. But this is the first one that's different. And isn't just a Rune Bear with excessive HP scaling. Nope, bad time. No. Yeah, it's like it got harder. It's like it got harder. I feel like I could do it if I could only summon something. Like, get its attention off me for 5 seconds. We'll try a couple attempts with some extra stats, but well, then we'll try a few more without stats. Make sure I'm recording deaths on the right split. Do I need to use a different spell? Blood Boon, I think, is going to be too slow. I feel like I need to use a way faster spell. Like, Flame Sling. I feel like I need to go basic for this. No, I didn't even bother to adjust the spells. Smart. Real smart. Blood boon, too slow. Way too slow. Black flame, not good. Not for this. I really think my best chance is gonna be like flame fall upon them? Uncharged? Oh, and there's no way we're spending full HP. We need to just go back to what we were doing. So on progression, I get the feeling that we just want the static buff to our incantations rather than all damage. Also, do we want... No, we're not going to have the time for that. We're not going to have time for lightning fortification. We just aren't. And I don't feel like it made a difference in Lanceax's fight, if I'm being honest with you. There's gotta be like a... I mean, this is the closer one. It's just more annoying. I remember there being a rest site over this way. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Something that gives us direct, a direct pathway. A relatively direct pathway. There's no circling around. I kind of hate that type of thing in boss attempts. I like to be able to just go straight there. I can see it in the distance. I know when I get there. Sleep pots, maybe? That might work. Alright, let's try this a few times, shall we? Dead. Don't even bother, like, running out. Just accept the L. Take the L. Alright, no rune arcs. Do it without rune arcs. I'm really feeling like it's an endgame boss. I mean, I think I can do it, is the problem, right? I feel like I can do it. Ah, sadness. So how much health do we lose out on? Like, about 100? Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure Radahn's is much better compared to what we have now. We 1,000, you know, like, stamina to work with. Oh, there's a second. What? There's just a random ass lightning strike? Wow, that is awful. That is utterly awful. How are you supposed to fight like that? I think you have to drag him away from the lightning. And even then, I still think random strikes are gonna show up. Yuck. Never mind trying to fight the boss at night. I'm sure that's gonna go over real well. Let's go ahead and make the 2 slate pots. Okay, I think I see an area where we can fight. Run. Never mind. Never mind. I think it's an in-game boss. You have to fight it. At level 200. There is no other way. It's what, exotic wildlife? No. It's not that either. Affected by all status effects. Weak against fire. Okay, that's nice to know. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't get a level or anything. Hey, finally home. Welcome home, Devious Grace. Good to see ya. Glad you could make it back. Hopefully work wasn't too stressful for ya. And hopefully you had some dinner, among other things, and you're properly, well, I gotta go find a cap. Hang on. Hey, uno momento per favore, please. Thanks for making me take a break, among other things. Work was hell. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me turn on the camera, just the camera for, you got your taxes? That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, here you go. I'm not wearing the right color shirt for this or anything. I mean, they're a nice color combination, but I generally want to be wearing my pink or red shirts when I'm wearing this hat. But, yeah. And if I'm gonna go bald or going to buzz my hair, then this hat's gonna look a whole lot better. I don't wanna, there's a certain fedora tipping man. Oh my god. Devious. Devious. You devious. You devious son of a gun. That I'm not even sure that... well, Chaotic Gremlin, I hope you enjoy your tier 1 sub. Hang on, I gotta... Thank you, I appreciate it. We're gonna give another shout out to Devious Grace. And, we're going to make sure that people who need to have access to the Discord have access to it. Enjoy your awesome 5 emotes. Yeah, I really feel like there's a bald spot right there. It nags at me so much. Yeah. Anyone who follows gets access to the Discord, and those that have tier 1 access or better get access to more of the channels on my Discord. If I ever make a picture panel or a trailer, you guys will see it first. If we ever vote on a game for us to play together, or if you want, I think Prime gets you access to voting, and I want to say a tier 1 gets you collaborative access. I'd have to go back and look at all my benefits again, but it either gives you the ability to vote or gives you the ability to play. If we ever do anything, like let's say I do, one neat thing about Reforged, and this segs in pretty nicely. Let's look at our difficulties. Where is it? Right here. Let's look at our optional difficulties. You'll see what I mean. There is another mod out there called Seamless Co-op. It is the co-op mod for Elden Ring. It is developed by a wholly different person. I do not know who they are. However, we now have integrated co-op compatibility with that mod. So what does that mean exactly? That means if everybody has the same mods, so that's Reforged and Seamless Co-op, and everyone has the same settings toggled on, you can play together. You can fight the same bosses. You can traverse the same landscape. There's some things that are still separate. I don't know what those are for Seamless Co-op. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized I'm on camera and I'm trying to show you stuff on the screen. Let's try that again. So, this is our difficulty section. And under compatibility, we have Seamless Co-op. Thank you. Appreciate it. We love clerical errors here on this channel, apparently. But you can get a group of 3 or 4. In fact, we have on our Reforged Discord, I'll check that out later. Wrong Discord. Excuse me, pardon me. There is a special channel called Co-op LFG. So, if you want to play together with people, you can make a posting here in our Reforged Discord. If I wanted to do that, those of you with a tier 1 or tier 2 sub or better would get priority on such things. I would ask you if that's something you wanted to set aside some time for each week and do. It's a way of collabing with people. But I do have to be compensated for that. That does kind of... I want the content, but it also drives away from the normal content I usually make. It's one of those weird content creator meta level things that I'm choosing to be transparent about. But please know that that's not... I'm not trying to offend anybody. It's... I have to make all of this worth my while somehow. And hopefully make your tier 1 or tier 2 sub worth its while. Thank you again for the gifted. Chaotic Gremlin 94, please enjoy your emotes. And we're going to do a quick check and see if anybody new has shown up to the Discord. Just real quick. Let me update this accordingly. Gonna get into the habit of checking this when I see a new person, just in case they sign up for the Discord membership. I think we're good though. I haven't seen anything, and Discord surely would give me a notification over it. Anyway, now that I have covered this, we're attempting a hard boss. I'm gonna probably give it another solid 7 attempts, and then after that, we're going to just write this off as come back at endgame and kill it. For those that are, I guess since it's like the middle of the hour and there's a new person in here, or not a new person, but there are people chattering. Welcome to Elden Ring Reforged, an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr and Avidian. The lead mod devs for ERR. There are approximately 13,000 changes made to the base game of Elden Ring to make it more palatable. It's considered... These are the kinds of changes that we would foresee Miyazaki making to their own game, more or less, if he had time to make it feature complete. Damn it, I was hoping there wouldn't be rain. Whatever, we're gonna do our best to make the rain work. Where was I? If you guys want to know more, you can type in !ERR, ERRW, or ERRD if you want to get access to the mod page, wiki page, or the Discord server that I routinely frequent. Below me, I also have links to 2 other Discords, and I have a command for my own. One is Ob10 Network. I'm a member of Ob10 Network. They're colleagues of mine. They helped me really get my start in streaming. I joined them at about the time I was really serious with it, and I still am now, but I had a hiatus period and everything. If you come in there, just tell them I sent you. They'll get you treated right. There's an onboarding process now, so you shouldn't even have to do that. The onboarding should just take care of it for you. And obviously, if you're on my own Discord, then, well, I'll make sure I get you onboarded properly. Yeah, I'm gonna demo this one lovely little command I have, re-explain what my procedure for bosses is, and we'll go from there. I think I'm gonna have to check my YouTube commands, as those aren't working for some reason. But essentially... Oh, that would explain... Let's try that again. Yeah, for bosses, I generally tend not to talk during them. If there's a new person who, or if there are people who are like saying hi, or it's something actually important, I will, of course, acknowledge it. But otherwise, most sentences, most statements will wait until either I am dead or the boss is dead, and then I will go back and check everything I've missed. I'm terrible at multitasking, so this is kind of my way of making up the balance to you, so to speak. Anyway, now that I've said that, we're going to make some nice, solid attempts at this boss, and I will see you on the other side. Wish me luck. What? I'm sorry. Did I just get hit by a random lightning strike? I think I just got hit by a random lightning strike again. Yuck. Gross. Utter BS. The most BS I've ever seen. I actually think we could have had that. Like, just absolutely gutter bin garbage. I'm sorry, I'm getting upset, and I do not need to be upset. Take it easy, have fun. That's kind of the important part. But, you know, these kinds of games, you know, the whole entire FromSoft franchises are not known for being easy games, so some level of frustration is inevitable, right? And it's what you do with the frustration that matters. So I guess I can ask an engagement question. People are free not to answer. That's their choice. But in a video game that's making you mad, what do you do? Are you the type, take an object like this, see paper towel here, and throw it across the room? Hope it doesn't hit someone on the way out? Are you the type to stamp and scream or shout? Or are you the type to just get up and walk away for like half an hour or 24 hours? Usually for me, with games like this, I get the anxiety sweats first. So I have like a multi-stage level of molding that I experience. I get the anxiety sweats, which make me get more and more like error prone, and then the errors cause me to feel even more anxious, and then that's when I finally get mad. If something is frustrating me enough to have me drenched in sweat, the next thing I do is get mad, and usually I walk away. There's like, and this is coming from a chap whose history has been to throw the controller and get really visibly upset. When I started my ascetic training, like to be a druid, to be an unofficial one, but a druid nonetheless, one of the things I learned was real patience and grit, if nothing else. So I hardly get mad. I get mad at events, not people. Usually, I get mad at events. If I get mad at people, I do my best to just kind of partition the anger until I can deal with it appropriately. And if there's something I can do about that person making me upset, I try to, you know, exercise some logic. I try to fix the issue before, you know, getting actually upset. Now, this assumes I can partition my anger before I just pop off, but everyone's got weaknesses, folks. And mine is I'm generally quick to rouse, no matter how good my mental partitioning is. We're just gonna step away from the lightning for a second. That should be sufficient distance. What was I saying? Right. So I'm curious to see what other people do in regard to their own video gaming experience. Do you bang a desk? Do you throw something? Hopefully you don't punch or hit someone, but I guess that's technically a valid answer. I just might have things to say about it. You get up and walk away. I'm just curious. Again, no answers required, but I've given you mine. On this channel, if I ever ask an engagement question, I engage with you first. You know, I tell you what I'm thinking or what my answer to such a question would be in the scope of my own channel. that way everyone feels more comfortable in answering, rather than, oh, streamer is asking chat random questions, and who gives a shit about that? Like, if they just never answer it for themselves. I try not to do that. If I'm going to ask you questions and engage with you, I'm going to engage first. So that if I'm asking something of you that would make you feel vulnerable, I share in that vulnerability with you. I give of myself. And use it as an example. I know, I'm giving you guys way more information than you bargained for, but I'm explaining my rationale for things. Why I do what I do. Because I'm the kind of person that derives comfort in that. And I'm hopefully attracting some people that also derive some kind of comfort in that. To know what a person thinks and how they process the world around them and how it influences their decision making gives me comfort. I can rationalize that in the context of someone else if I know how they think. I'm not as upset with people if I can understand their reasoning for things. Now, if someone says, you know, kill all the Jews, well, okay, no amount of rationalization is covering that. Sorry, that's just being an anti-Semite. Got it. But if it's something more nuanced, like, I think only a certain amount of certain kinds of people should hold public office, and we should rotate them out way more than we're already doing. Okay, I can even if that might make me upset, it doesn't. But if it did, I'd be able to try to internalize that understanding for myself and understand it and not be upset. If it was something that made me upset, you see what I'm saying? But I think these days, there's really not a hard line between being an ableist or being discriminatory or hate-filled and being a rational and decent person who believes in the sanctity of human rights. There's not really a debate on that. It's how you conduct your life. It's what do you do when you deal with people that disagree with you and disagree in a way that's fixable. Maybe not so much fixable, but like, can there be some kind of mutual understanding that doesn't result in abetting and aiding people who are being discriminatory? There's like a fine balance in that. That's what that type of rationalization helps me with. What it allows me to deal with. There's not too much that a person can say that would make me viscerally angry. That's reserved for games like this. Speaking of which, it's time for another attempt. We got 6 more to go, baby. Let's go. Wish me luck. Really? Really? Just a random shockwave on the ground killed me. Random shockwave. SMH. I want to thank everybody again for sticking with me up to this point. I appreciate all the subs, tips, bits, donations, and whatever else have you. And Devious Grace, thank you again. You showered upon me more appreciation than I have probably gotten in my entire streaming career, ever. I'm immensely thankful for that. I really need to attend one of your streams sometimes. I just wish I knew when it was. I need to check out your page eventually. But I will figure that out, and I will do my best to make that up to you. You've got my word on that. Let's craft. I'm probably really only going to sleep one time. Would it be better if I poisoned them? I don't know what their tolerance for that is. Sure, we can try a mix. That seems fine to me. I'm dead. Yep, dead. But I think I might have found a way to break it. So, 2 sleep pots, followed by all the poison pots, followed by 3 more sleep pots, and try to poise break in the meantime. And I think we might got that. I think we might have this. I'm not going to write it down yet, because I don't know if this is a formula that is consistent yet. But here's to hoping that it is, question mark, smiley face. And we can use the period while they're asleep, because they don't appear to have a fast wake-up animation. We can actually use that time to, like, buff. No. No, we getting out of here. There's a reason I noped out, and it was so that we could actually spend these things. Let's do that so I don't have to keep collecting these again. We're gonna reset. We're gonna travel back and we're gonna try this again. We're gonna give it one more attempt before break. And if it goes over break, which it will, so be it. Then we'll take our break, and when we come back, we'll try to, grind out some more attempts. It's also possible that we could attempt this even earlier, since we know the combination of pots we need to use. We just need to have 9. But let's go try to give ourselves a quick attempt, shall we? I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by, and I really appreciate it. I think this marks the 3rd time this hour I've said that, but I really do mean it. I hope everybody's been enjoying the gameplay and or commentary. As bosses like this tend to kind of trash my commentary just because I have to focus on them so hard. How do we want to do this? Here? Ah, see? Nice. Nope. I think I gotta let it actually hit the sleeping animation. We can actually get out of here and try this again. Provided I don't get punched. Okay, we can quit out. That's good to know. Okay, we're gonna craft our pots again. We need to make sure that he actually enters the animation and then attempt to do what we want with him. We're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we got some room bear attempts to do. I've been meaning to do this. I really think we can do it. I felt like I was able to last time. I just didn't have the right stuff. And now I think we got the right stuff. Or we're really, really close, and maybe 10 levels with more health ought to do it. Thank you guys. This is the last break for this evening's stream. Or, wow, this morning's stream. When we come back, well, actually, before we go on break, what I'm going to do is go over to my system settings, go to the display, turn on the nightlight so that our colors are normal, and now we're going to take a break. And with that, I will see you guys after this small 5-minute commercial break and those of you on Twitch, I do have ads. Hey, here's PSA. If you guys have Twitch, if you have a Twitch subscription, you don't have ads. No pre-roll required. So if you want in on that, either get someone to gift you a sub, or consider a tier 1 sub for yourself. Anyway, enough shilling about that. I don't want to push my luck or anything. Thank you guys so much. Remember, you just being here is more than enough for me. I mean that. No subs in the world are required, but I appreciate everybody who gets one, or anyone who gifts one. I mean it. I'm gonna keep that for the rest of tonight. Thank you again, Devious Grace. Anyway, I'll see you guys after this short commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I want to thank everyone again for sticking with me up to this point. I realize today has not been the best for progress. And I know, it looks like we're on split 186, but that's only because I've moved us there. In truth, we've probably killed something like 5 bosses, which is a terrible rate for 6 hours. But, hey, you know, we're making attempts on bosses that may kill us. So, as far as that is concerned, you know, I think we're making pretty decent progress. 5 bosses in an attempt on a super boss? Or what might be a super boss? Okay, actually I wouldn't call this super boss. I think the, hallowed avatar is, gonna be the super boss. I think that's the only super boss. But Fulminating Room Bear almost feels like one for us. Alright. 2 sleep pots. Two, 3. I'm dead again. No. Oh, so close. Feel like we could do it. We definitely can. We just need to not nuke 5 sleep pots right in the beginning. That's essentially what happened. We have to time that better. But I think we can. I think we can do this. Wait for them to... okay. So far, combat flow is... 2 sleep pots, all 4 sleep pots, stagger, once staggered, the remaining 3 sleep pots, wait for them to fall asleep, and then hopefully we just break them out of the phase 1 transition. I'm fairly sure this would definitely qualify as breaking the boss AI, but I think we gotta try for it. What do you guys think? Would you guys cheese a boss or attempt to cheese one if you knew how? Most FromSoft players definitely would at least try to cheese the thing. And I don't think it's too hard by me. I just think, you know, I think we have a decent shot at being able to get the boss to will it die to a number of lightning strikes? I wonder about that. Not regenerates it back. Okay. 1, 2. Gotta wait for it to sleep. Oh, except I'm doing it wrong. Okay. And yeah, we did that order wrong. I used the sleep pots immediately because I was just used to doing it when I wanted to stagger them. Knowing that really the idea is that when you make an enemy mad, they lose some posture. That's what that green bar is underneath the boss health bar. That, I think I've been forgetting to mention that. I have my own posture bar mod that I've been using. If you use Elden Ring Reforged and you use the Tools DLL, you can fiddle with the settings and you'll eventually find something called the entity bar or the posture bar part of the configuration document. You can play around with that. Like, you don't need to use a posture mod bar like I'm doing. A posture bar mod, you don't need to do that. You can just use Tools. You just gotta make sure that DLL is configured properly. Okay, let's go configure. How many do we hold? 2? Oh, are we out of materials? We're out of alchemy. Okay. Turns out we might not be able to make as many attempts as I wanted anyway. Okay, that should work. All right. Five, 4, let's do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But yeah, the idea is basically sleep them, poison them, break their posture, sleep them again, And hopefully we'll have them pretty locked down. Wait for the animation to kick in. Really? I know we can do it. I know we can. I feel like I'm missing cracked pots somewhere. Hang on. We're gonna do a little bit of a round trip. Fulminating Rune Bear may be the time where we go and check in on all these merchants and see about getting their cracked pots. Let's start from over here. I feel like with enough theory crafting we can get it, is the thing. I feel like if we finagle with the required amount of pots correctly, we can do it.
But I can't use this aid.
Perhaps no.
Have a safe journey.
This aged merchant may be left in peace. Wait. There should be a merchant there. Do we not talk to it? We're gonna go back to the rampart. I may have just never talked to this merchant. I just never talked to you. One cracked pot. I think we can arrange that. Go ahead and purchase this bad boy. I can't believe that just completely, like, passed me by. Is that particular merchant. Oh, I forgot. We got a small thing to take care of with Ronnie's quest, but that can happen. That can happen later. For the time being, here's Kenneth Height. We have that nomadic merchant. Let's go check that one. So this cracked pot will let us get one more. Let's say one more sleep. Well, actually, don't know. If I could alternate a cycle between sleep and madness, I'm sorry, sleep, poison, and madness, we probably have this. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to lock down that boss? No such luck. Sadness, friend. I'm sorry you're going hungry, but I don't really have a choice. I gotta do what I got to survive. I believe we already checked this, merchant for their cracked pots, but we're gonna check again. Around the world is what I have to say about what we're doing right now. And really any and all these kinds of games follow the harder, better, faster, stronger routine. If you're too weak, you go and do those 4 things,
You again. I don't
and you eventually can kill the boss. Eventually. But it takes a while. Trying to remember. Dear friend Kalè, do you have any?
Wait, well, you're back. Ah, wonderful. He's boorish.
Ah, we have 3 of these. Just gonna purchase some cracked pots, my friend. Cracked pots.
Goodbye.
Okay, who else? We've got a merchant, like, up here that we've never talked to. Gostock, I don't think, carries any pots. Yeah, Gostock sells, like, throwing knives and, like, various other minor gear. I don't think he actually sells anything worth aught. Trying to think if there's any other merchants. Think we talked to the one in the Siofra River?
Oh, Shemite. Are you here as a customer?
Ah, you have exactly one of those. Okay. Cool. Got the abandoned merchant here. We don't have any merchants here. I keep saying here and there like I expect people to know. I don't. Like the abandoned merchant nearby the 3rd rest site. That's what I'm talking about. Because I know many people have me on in the background or listening to me think out loud or ruse and ruminate on something that's bothering me. And so I need to make sure I say the places, I say the things, the proper nouns, if you will. Because people, places, and things are all important. Thankfully, we don't need to go all the way up here. Shit. I am so glad I'm not dead. I cannot say the same for my friend Torrent, who I'm quite sure will be dying if I make that type of error again. I am totally not dead, but I feel like I should just go back. Let's go back, let's reset, let's do this right. I don't want to die I don't want to take a hit on the way to this rune bear. I want all my, I'm sorry, hits, deaths. I don't want to die. to something other than the Rune Bear right now. Oh, yep. Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever floats your boat, Timothy. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, actually get on torrent, please and thank you. And then we're gonna drop down like so. And you know, and not die to stupidity. How about that?
Good customer.
Ah, pain and sadness. Sadness and pain. I endured all of it. For you to not sell any pots. My kingdom for a cracked pot. Ah. I'm not really upset, I'm just being dramatic. If I were actually upset, I would tell you I'm getting awfully hot and sweaty, you know, hot and bothered. I would actually tell you how I'm feeling. I have a discerning eye for bullshit. I don't know about I don't know about vendor stock, but I can tell when I'm being, when someone is trying to stupefy me. That's always fun. That's Muriel. We actually did not find too many merchants, surprisingly. Actually, I need to check on a friend. Let's go and check on a friend, shall we? Might as well. Maybe his butt got stuck in a rut outside the Carrion Royal Study. Let's give our friend a beautiful, shockingly good Stormhoof Raisin. Nah, his fat butt ain't here. I'm talking about Alexander, of course. I think we went into Altus Plateau and just skipped this entirely, which is fine by me. What about, do we have any missed cracked pots while we're here? I promise we'll get back to the attempt sooner rather than later. I feel like I should seriously pursue this if I at all can.
Do you know what to pay hunt us? This village is kept secret. But you should be careful. I hope Uncle Alec... Those awful
Ah, so there are poachers, huh? There's a whole quest. Dialos and Jarberg. Jarberg and Dialos. What a shame that that's what he's reduced to. And then Jarbairn goes on to have nightmares about people breaking him open and... Oh, jeez, that sounds awful. Oh, God. No, please, no.
Those awful...
Anything more? I feel like we've exhausted all of the, pots. Yeah, I think we've exhausted this. There's a finger reader crone there. You have the isolated merchant inside with all those wolves. We have White Mask Vare, but he doesn't sell anything. Patches is back at Volcano Manor. He shouldn't have any cracked pots. What else? Why do I feel like we're missing, why we're missing merchants? Oh, because there's one near Bellum Church. That's what it is. There's one near Bellum Church. It took me a minute to think of him. And then we got the entirety of Ainsel River to deal with. We just never talked to this merchant, ever.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Ah, great sadness. Oh, Horatio. Judith. Show me the correct pot. It's all I ask for.
All done? Well, be on.
And I don't think we've actually met any merchants. There's like one up here. What about Ainsel? Ainsel has this merchant, right? So we go to the downstream location and we go to the basement level where all those claimant are. He may or may not have a pot for us. It's all going to pot. That's what I gotta say about that. Hey, look. Nobody be dissing, Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson is cool. Willie Nelson, sang an LGBT song, and I can't help but feel elated. Willie Nelson is a cool guy. If the worst thing he does is smoke pot, honestly, there are worse things he could be doing. I don't know. I still don't like the plant, though.
Well, divorce.
I hate what it does to people. Huh. Now, that is an interesting proposition. We do have some perfumer, like some spray mist vials. I wonder... Which means we should probably get this perfumer's cookbook when we had the chance. I mean, we have the chance now, just... We'll grab this. It's not a pot, but it gives us a different access. So let's say we don't use the poison pots, right? Let's say we use a smaller quantity of them. What would... Oh, that's acid and rhymed, not a poison spray mist. Is the poison spray mist back at the, Perfumer's Ruins? It might be. We never had a reason to actually go up here, but maybe we should now. Maybe there's a reason to do that content. Yeah, I think that's where the poison spray mist recipe is. We could check the stuff in Kalè, but I don't think we have any... I don't think we're gonna get anything out of this. I want to say acid lowers attack power. If it doesn't, like, break equipment or temporarily disable it. Let's look at this again. Use FP to release an acidic mist from the user's mouth, damaging armaments and lowering physical attack power. This could be useful. We have 6 perfume bottles. What do we have on a perfume bottle right now? No, it's telling me it would take up 1. That's what it is.
Unused.
We got your ritual pot. Damn it, friend. I was hoping that you would have something. Now, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Please let this be a normal field trip. With the frizz? No way. Aww. Cruising on down Main Street. Insert the school bus jingle here. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm experiencing caffeine delirium. That's gotta be it. Caffeine delirium. Absolutely. Into the marshes. Let's go talk to this merchant. Hopefully there's some pots. Or, you know, maybe there's a spray mist recipe. I'll take that too. Damn it. That's number one. Where is this? There was a merchant here. There was a merchant who was here in the castle. We never found them. Which is so strange. Because there totally should have been a merchant. And I remember there being one in vanilla, and I just couldn't find it. That's the finger reader. So it's just this one. It's this nomadic merchant here, and that's it. There are no more merchants that we have like actually seen. And if there have been, we've ridden right by them. Okay. The game has convinced me. Extra stats are good. Let's get some out. Extra stats could be useful. Ugh. I feel like since we have it now, we may want those stats.
Say it again.
Okay. We have one for 1500. And that's it. No, I don't want to purchase. I don't want to sell, I want to purchase. Let's go farm up 700 runes, which we can probably do pretty easily by killing some of the kindred rot folk here, and then we'll go back. We'll convert this to a hard rune, and then we'll make some attempts. We'll also craft anything I think we might need. We don't have the poison spray mist, but that's fine. Honestly, I'm okay if we just spend the rest of the night working on attempts. Working on fulminating rune bear attempts. I think we can do it. It's just gonna take us time. And of course we have to get this correct. At this point, we should just farm 5k. I mean, we can farm like the whole thing at this point. Just run up and down and kill everything? Sure. How did I miss that? Oh, were you thinking of hightailing it? No. You're not getting out of that easily. I swear I'm gonna stop. I just gotta find the, we gotta find... That's at least 3,500. It's 9,300. Oh, I forgot to turn off the Discord notifications. Oh, can we get 200? Surely there's a skull somewhere. Or there's an easy way to get 500. Yeah, there's gotta be a way. We're gonna go head back now. So we ended up farming way more than, if I wanted to control exactly how much farming we needed to do, I needed to return to Limgrave and kill a few easy enemies. But that's fine. We can make do with this.
Finished yet?
No, I've got one more thing to give you. Thank you, friend. You've allowed me to close out 5 hard runes. We're gonna make 5 rune arcs. Now, let's go back and spend our last bit of time on this rune bear, shall we? We've got 15 minutes. I might give us an extra 5, just in case. Alright, what can we make? So, the thing about spray mists that's really nice is we can lower their attack power. I don't know if I don't know if the spray mist deals physical tick damage. Not that we can't use it for utility purposes or anything, just it's something to think about. Because if it breaks them from sleep, it does kind of mean I have to choose between lowering their attack power and applying poison. Alright, what do we have? 15. I see, and we don't have any. How do we want to divvy this up? We did 5 and 4 before, and there were 9. So let's assume there are 6 pots. There's 6 pots, and there was exactly one. One pot in favor of sleep. Why don't we? Would it be? It's 15, so would it be 9 and 7? No, that's 16. It would be 8 and 7. 8, 7, and we'll make 6. Yeah, we'll make 6 acid spray mists. Oh, we're adding to our arsenal, but I do think that debuffing it pretty severely is going to be our method of overpowering the rune bear. It almost feels like I'm doing a status build, huh? Instead of actually fighting it proper. But I've rambled at you enough. It is boss time. It's the very definition of boss time. For 15 minutes, we're gonna girl boss this rune bear so hard that it's gonna wish it didn't bother attacking and just accepted its fate. trying to get this thing to sleep. Yep. I died. It just would not sleep. It would not fall asleep. No matter... Like, I stacked serious amounts of sleep on it. Did nothing. Absolutely nothing. You lose. We have 2 left, so we need to craft 6. And then here, we need to craft all 7. We also need to exchange more... We need to exchange, for more essential alchemics. Obviously, I have to get better at being able to dodge the rune bear, so I'm not constantly sipping on flasks, but I like to be able to just get the proper amount. I wonder if this thing reacts stronger to the sense of to people being rune-arced, but I wouldn't think so. That feels like something that would have been in the patch notes, right? Like, we would have been told about this. Here's this fun little behavioral thing for you to discover. Okay. 2, 3. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. One, 2. I was too slow. And there's the second one. I forgot about that. He dodged both of those this time. Yep. Alright. So, what I've actually come to discover is that we do not need 5 cerulean flasks. We need more than that, or we need less than that. I would say we probably need 3. Let's try our usual configuration of 7 crimson and 3 cerulean. Oh, right. It would be 7 and 4. Let's try that. Now, chat, we're gonna ask this bear, we're gonna tell this bear one very critically important fact. It's probably our last attempt for the night. Linda Blair, take it away.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, it's no secret bears are not double jointed. But we're gonna make sure this one is. We're gonna make sure this one bends over and kisses its ass goodbye. Insert perturbators. What is it? Payback? Oh God, I know the song, but I forget its name. I know it starts with Payback, but I forget the exact name. All right, we have 1 sleep pot, or 1 poison pot. Let's make 6. Stop lurching. One. No, you die.
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
You ungodly cur. And night.
Sleep tight.
Oh. Okay. With some very specific setup. I mean, get out of range of the lightning. With a very specific setup, we can do it. Right here. I feel like I almost took the thing down without actually fighting it the intended way. Well, I still had to deal with both phases, but like my purpose became, okay, do what I can, go follow a rotation of sleep, stagger, debuff. No, sleep, poison, debuff, stagger, sleep, poison, debuff, stagger, and then go from there. What am I doing? Right, I'm wanting to look at this equipment. Interesting. So this is a custom talisman, guys. Let's take a moment to read it, because I've never seen it. A talisman depicting a great bear with a hide of stone. The gem-inlaid eyes spark with bouts of lightning. Enhances running speed and running attacks. Continuous dashing builds a lightning current, further enhancing running speed and inflicting area lightning damage on the next attack. Ending the dash depletes the current. Mythical beasts of lightning, said to command storms at will, find reverence even beyond the lands between. The capital's dragon cult studies such tales with great interest. Huh. It's over. We killed the fulminating rune bear, so if we get this exact setup each time, we can do it at level 140. So what would our next boss have been? It would have been whatever's in the grave, right? Right here. So this is what our bout looks like. Starting from the Crystallians, we've defeated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've defeated 6 bosses. Okay, what we're actually gonna do is go to the Sainted Hero's grave, and so we can get some peace and quiet and deliver you guys into the morn. All that for 31,000 rune pieces. What a joke. No, it's not a joke. You get a very good item out of it. I just thought I would earn more. That's all. So, we have done it. We've defeated 6 bosses in 6 hours. Terrible rate for, content, but hey, we learned some very valuable things. When we come back, I will have all these notes typed up for us, so we can move on and not waste valuable stream time typing them before we start up. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex. I want to thank everybody again for sticking with me these 6 hours. This is not the norm. My norm is to stream Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6 hours is doing it for me, and I definitely would not drink 2 cups of coffee if I weren't trying to do this, but I needed to be alert, awake, productive, and not running on fumes. I'm hoping that when we get here, we won't have to do that again. That we can go for our normal time each day, and I don't burn out. Thank you to everyone who subbed, Devious Grace especially. Thank you for not only your personal sub, but the community sub. I greatly appreciate it. Please, to anyone who subbed, enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your enjoy your Discord perks. The other perks will come up as they're relevant, but the main idea is you get access to, just like adjust this. You get access to quite a few relevant things. Obviously, if I'm variety streaming, it comes up a lot more than if I'm just doing stuff like this all the time. But please enjoy those benefits. I sincerely mean that. Even if all you get out of it is just the emotes, you know, honestly, that's enough for me. But please, let me know if you would like to explore your other parts of your benefits package. I'd love to assist you with that. It is late at night, or rather, it's early in the morning. And all I want to do is this.
Night-night, sleep tight.
That's all I want to do. But we gotta shout people out. For you guys on YouTube, you can hop off here. The shout-outs are for Twitch members only. But in case you do, I would highly recommend joining the Twitch channel. You know, leave a follow. That's where a lot of my perks and benefits are, is on Twitch. You miss out if you're on YouTube, at least until I become a partner. And that's gonna take some time. I have to actually, you know, get to video editing again. It's been too long, and my arm has not made this any easier. But thank you. For those of you on YouTube, I will see you around. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here anytime. And with that, bye-bye. For those of you on Twitch, before we go, there's one thing you gotta know, and that's who my shout-outs are. First, I'm gonna shout out Devious Grace one more time. They were playing Fortnite of all things. Cool. I don't they're usually like a Callisto project person. This is the first time I've seen Fortnite in the resume. Nothing wrong with that. Just I'm noticing something. Thank you again for the gift subs and your personal tier 1 sub. Please enjoy. I'm pretty much shouting out the only 2 people that are up at this time on my roster. Check out Trogdor. He's currently streaming Final Fantasy XIV Online. It is an MMO. Or, I'm sorry, an MMORPG. There are lots of different kinds of MMOs. I need to be specific. Just shift this down. I'm trying to find a good position for it. Be warned, he doesn't have a face cam or a mic. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. If you're just streaming as a hobby, nothing wrong with that. He types in chat. He's usually responsive. It does take him a minute if he's raiding, since that is what he's doing. But he does respond to you eventually. Patience. Just be aware that what you're getting is the actual raid chat itself. Like, all the people that are on, like, Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever, those are the people you're hearing, not Trogdor himself. Oh god, the last time I saw Trogdor, like, actually show his face was... I'm 32? Like... 7, 8 years ago? When he was doing the Mega Man speed runs? Yeah, that's when he showed his face and he stopped doing it. Probably because he's too worn out and tired. Probably and may stream in less than appropriate attire. I wouldn't know. I'm making guesses. But either way, definitely check him out. He's definitely worth your trouble. The other person I'm going to shout out is a man named Patty. He does lots of stuff. He was a prominent speedrunner for a while. Then he slowly transitioned out into doing a lot of other content. He may or may not speedrun, but at this point, He's just doing variety stuff. Super Mario ROM hacks, content warning, the new Toe Jam and Earl game was the last thing I saw him doing sincerely. He's doing a lot of stuff. He's been everywhere, doing everything. Definitely worth a check out. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You may call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. I hope to be back at a reasonable hour tomorrow. I may take the day off to recharge, because my god, two cups of coffee is insane for this. I'm not going to chug any more than 2. I would definitely die. But, yeah, I'm going to fall asleep at my desk. You're welcome. What an outro. Take care of yourselves, guys. Stay safe out there. World's dangerous. It's not stable. You're welcome to hang out and shelter in amongst the storm that is out there anytime. And with that, thank you. Take care of yourselves, and goodbye.